of Regents meeting. The press was notified of this meeting on June 6, 2024. I would like to ask Ms. Young, parliamentarian, to please call the roll.
Chair Martin.
Here.
Vice Chair Hamilton. Secretary Whitten. Here. Regent Cox.
Here.
Regent Finan.
Here.
Regent Girdler.
Here.
Regent Green.
Here.
Regent Heerdink.
Here.
Regent Hodges.
Here.
Regent Alexandra Martin. Regent McGraw.
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz. Regent Stevens. Regent Sutherland.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. As has been our practice, I want to pause and ask if there is anyone seeking to be recognized during our public comment period. The board liaison has indicated that individuals has asked to be recognized. Have we? Done. Okay, so we will discard with that. The minutes have been distributed to all the members. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes for a meeting, the special call meeting on May 30th? No changes? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, Russ, and then who seconded? Okay. That was you, right, Brianna? Yes. Okay, the motion was made and seconded. What you call it?
Are there any objections? We can do this by consensus.
Okay,
The motion is approved.
thank you. Okay, I'll start with the chair's report. Thank you to all who's participated in the special meeting in May. It was very informative, and I hope that you guys got a lot out of it. There were a lot of good questions, and definitely we got a lot of work to do, but I felt like this was necessary. Yes. Oh, I am so sorry. I was just following directions, but I should have. I am so sorry. The floor is yours.
Okay. Can everyone, can you hear me okay? We're good?
Yep.
We're good. Well, I want to welcome you on behalf of everyone who works here at SKYCTC, our board of directors, our students. Thank you for joining us in Bowling Green today at our main campus. It's a delight to see you all. And for those of you who were able to go on the tour earlier, thank you for joining us. And we're excited that you get to see what we do here in our corner of the state. It has been approximately a decade. Regent Lee told me that his first board meeting was right here, and that was 2014, 2015, somewhere in there, last time we were here. And so it would have been sooner that we brought you back. However, the world changed a few years ago, and that definitely altered our timelines. But I'm glad that you're here with us today. And Dr. Quarles and I were talking in preparation for this meeting, and since none of the board members this go around are from the South Central region, he asked if I would share a little information not only about the college, but the region and what's going on with the economy and the population here in South Central Kentucky. So we're going to jump through this, and I'm going to give you a little background on what we do here, where we who we serve, and what's happening in South Central Kentucky. So the question is, who is South Central Kentucky? What is this term? If you ask a lot of people, or I have been asked by a lot of people, isn't Bowling Green in Western Kentucky? It's got Western Kentucky University right there. Isn't that region Western Kentucky? Or we thought that Bowling Green was in the Barren River Area Development District, if you're thinking along Area Development District. Well, I pull up this slide here, and it does show the area development districts. I'm not necessarily showing it to you for that, and we technically are in the Barren River Area Development District, and we call that BRAD for short. But I bring it up because it highlights the 10 counties within the Barren River Area Development District. Those are the same 10 counties that this college is charged with serving. And that's a real benefit that we align, our service area aligns with the Area Development District, because when we bring our community developers and our economic developers together, we're all talking about the same 10 counties. And there's a lot of alignment alignment that comes out of that. But sometimes I also get asked about the name of our communities. How did the name of some of our communities come about? Well, if you look at Franklin to the south, where we have a campus, well, that was the immigrants who came to Kentucky early on, named it after one of our forefathers, Benjamin Franklin. Glasgow, our second largest population center to the east, was settled by Scottish settlers, and it was harkened back, the name of Glasgow, Kentucky was harkened back to their homeland. But what about Bowling Green? Where did that name come from? There's a point on why I'm explaining this to you, and I'll tell you in just a moment. Well, Bowling Green, Kentucky was named after Bowling Green Square in New York City. Has anybody ever been to Bowling Green Square, the park in New York City? It's the oldest, James has, it's the oldest park in New York City, and it's on a small plot of land. And it's a very famous park from the standpoint of the things that happened on that property, both before it was an official park and after it was an official park. For example, the indigenous people who occupied that land sold, when they were located, or when they met on that piece of property now known as Bowling Green Square, they sold the Manhattan Island to the U.S. government right there on the piece of land that became Bowling Green Square. Later, it was the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence was in Bowling Green Square, where a statue of King George III was standing, and it got people so riled up and excited about the revolution, they ripped the statue down, boiled it down into lead, and used it for armament for the war. A few years later, a few settlers came to this area and set up a trading post, and they came because the fertile soil and location or proximity to the natural resources such as water with the river and the springs. And they set aside a couple of acres that was then ratified by the government as Bowling Green, Kentucky, that became the town center and where the first government building was made. I tell you the history behind the name Bowling Green because later tonight, when we pick you up from the hotel and take you out to dinner, we're going to drop you right on that same piece of land that the town started on, and we call it Fountain Square Park, and you're going to have a reception and dinner there tonight. So now you'll know a little bit about the history of where you'll be later tonight. So let's talk some fun facts about our region. Now, Kentucky is very proud of what we grow, what we make, what we provide for the world. There is one thing that is produced nowhere else in the world except right here in Warren County in South Central Kentucky. It's an American icon. Can anybody name what that is? Corvette, that's right. And we wanted all of our board members to go home with your own personal Corvette with doors that open and you can roll it down the road. We are very proud of what the Corvette or the GM assembly plant does out there. It is an American icon. Some of you may own Corvettes. And so I hope you enjoy that token of our local community here. They've been great partners. We do a lot of training over the years for the Corvette plant with robotics, welding, and a number of things. Some of the other companies that call South Central Kentucky home that you may or may not know about, For the Loom, is headquartered right here in South Central Kentucky. Here's a gentleman or a couple that you may recognize or maybe not. Anybody recognize that gentleman? You may recognize his company, Duncan Hines, was right here in Bowling. We just had the Duncan Hines Festival last week downtown, right next to where you'll be this evening. Camping World, their headquarters is located right here in Warren County. Holly Motors. How many wanted a Holly carburetor on their car when they were growing up? Probably more of a guy thing, but I dreamed of having a Holly carburetor. I had no clue it was in here in Bowling Green. But as we sit here today, they're 2 blocks away, and they've been good partners all these many years. Logan Aluminum, just about 20 miles to the southwest. This is one of our premier company industry partners. If anyone has an aluminum can with you today, in your refrigerator for Coca-Cola or other products, or in your cupboard for food products, chances are 1 out of every 2 cans in your home was processed, the aluminum was processed right here in Russellville, Kentucky by Logan Aluminum. And then finally, Dollar General. Dollar General just started about 20 miles to the southeast of us here in Scottsville. And the family has been very involved with our college, with our foundation. Matter of fact, some of the family was on campus yesterday showing some of their staff around the campus, and because they're so proud of what we do here and our folks provide for the region. So that's just a little bit about some of the companies in our region. But I get asked a lot, what's going on in South Central Kentucky that you were able to make it so successfully from an economic development and population growth standpoint through the recession, through a pandemic. And we certainly are very proud of our economic development efforts here. As I said on the tour, we had just a couple of years ago the second largest economic development project in the history of Kentucky, which is an EV battery plant that's being built right now. We're training a lot of the folks that they're hiring there. But we have a group up and down and all around our region of very talented and tenacious economic developers. And we're pretty proud of our Bowling Green Chamber in particular because they were the #1 chamber in America last year for populations under 200,000. You can also see our population growth. If you see this chart here, Bowling Green MSA, the metro area, our population is the blue line over the last number of decades. The green line on the bottom is Kentucky. The line in the middle is the U.S. population growth. We have been growing by leaps and bounds over the years, and as a result, our college has been growing as well. So the question is why? What's going on other than economic development? Well, it is a very much of a multifaceted answer, and we look into the future a lot and look at predictive models and those sorts of things. This chart is from the state, and this shows our counties all across the Commonwealth for the year 2050. And it's showing whether we're going to be shrinking in population, growing in population. You can see in the upper left-hand corner about 6.2% enrollment growth by the year 2025. If you're a white, a light blue, medium blue, or dark blue, your counties are probably going to be growing. So what's the reasoning behind that? Well, the first reason I always tell people when I get asked is if you overlay the interstate system, it's a major piece of what this is. Access to transportation corridors, and this is probably nothing new for our board, but for us, it's a very important thing. And here comes my fun graphic, my PowerPoint skills. Hang on. Well, we have Nashville to the south. So from where you sit today, it's about 22 miles right down the interstate to the Tennessee border. And from the border to the northern edge of the suburbs of Nashville, it's about 30 miles. So less than an hour, you're in Nashville. Now, what's been going on in Nashville? Explosion of population. For the last decade, they have grown by, on average, 25,000 people moving to Nashville metro area per year. And by the year 2025, they're predicting that's going to pick up speed to average almost 30,000 people moving in every year. They're a little under 2.1 million in the metro area. By the year 2050, they're predicting it's going to go to 2.8 million. And so they've already been growing up towards us and into our region. As the population down there or the cost of living rises, we see more and more people moving up here. What our region is predicted to grow by the year 2025 is by about 5,000 people moving in here every year for the next 25 years. I bring this up because as Dr. Quarles and I talked about the enrollment cliff, and you all will receive a presentation later today from staff, it is a real thing, but it will be felt differently in different parts of Kentucky and different parts of the country. And there's a variety of different reasons, and I'm just highlighting a few of the things that happen in our region. So what else in our region has helped to spur on this and has impacted our college? I'll give you a little bit of history about our college here in just a moment. Well, we do have a very collaborative educational system here and very successful educational partnership here. We work with about 15 or so school districts in our 10-county region and a very large growing homeschool population. I bring up Warren County Public Schools because a lot of people don't realize Warren County, where we sit today, is the 4th largest school district in the state of Kentucky. Very strong partnership with SKYCTC, great leadership, as you can see, in their superintendent, who's been a big supporter and cheerleader for SKYCTC. We have been very successful, fortunately, a lot of great work by our faculty, staff, and hard work by our students that we've been recognized by the Aspen Institute a couple of times the last few cycles. And this is a point I want to highlight on behalf of all 16 KCTCS colleges. I hope the board is as proud of these Aspen Awards. You know, West Kentucky has been our perennial champion, making it to the finals in the past. But the last time I looked, about half or a little more than half of our colleges have been recognized by Aspen. So what does that mean? That's not an application process where only the people who apply get considered. Aspen looks at every single community college in the country using standard metrics collected by the federal government, and they look at retention rates, graduation rates, and impact or outcomes post-graduation, meaning employment and transfer success. And when they pick the top 150, regardless of where you rank in that puts you in the top 15% of all community colleges in the country. And so I started looking this last year at states, all 50 states, to find out what other states had more than 50% of its community colleges that were recognized at some point by the Aspen Institute. I could only find 2 other states that had more than 50% of its community colleges recognized for outstanding student achievement. So I think that's a real celebration for what we do here in KCTCS. Another thing that, and then we have Western Kentucky University, who's a great transfer partner. We've really been doubling down on our partnership with them. About 90% of our students who graduate and transfer will go to Western Kentucky University, as you might imagine. What we're really proud of is the new state data that came out this fall, which was a 7-year tracking study of transfer student success. More than 8 out of every 10 of our students that transfer to Western will graduate on average in 2 years. So 80% plus graduation rate with the bachelor's degree after finishing with us is a pretty it's great success for us and something that we hold up in our community as a pride point. Here's something that a lot of people don't know about our region. But it has a huge impact on who we are. It's an international hub. The purpose or the reason for that is because we're a refugee relocation center. And we're not the only area in Kentucky, but the Kentucky International Center is located here in Bowling Green. They help refugees that are fleeing from war-torn countries or persecution relocate in America through the refugee process. And it has really grown our population because thousands and thousands have moved in, starting really the first big wave was back in the early to mid 90s when the war in Bosnia, Herzegovina, former Yugoslavia, a lot of those immigrants or refugees came over here. And incorporated into our community. So now today, and we get refugees from all over the world, you can look in just Warren County School District alone, 120 different languages and dialects are spoken right here in South Central Kentucky. Here's a stat that blows my mind. If you walk in any of our elementary schools in Warren County, 1 out of every 4 children were born in another country. Well, think about years and years and years of that change in your population. It impacts a large portion of what we look like, what we act like. It has actually changed our demographics here at SKYCTC. For the first time ever, last year and this year, our incoming freshman class is more than 30% underrepresented minority, and they come from all over the world. So it changes the dynamic. We have a English as a second language program through our local Warren County Adult Ed program where they serve, I think it's over 1,000 people who are coming on campus to study English as a second language. So we're very proud of what we do as a community. The really cool part, they help fill jobs. The International Center has a goal of getting all of the refugees who are able to work into our companies working and filling these jobs within 90 to 120 days. And they've hit those targets just about every time that I've talked to them. So that's a little bit about our region. I'm going to give you a quick history over this particular college. We have been here. This is our 85th anniversary. Not necessarily here at this location, but we have been in the region starting back in 1939 when all across Kentucky and the United States, the government was gearing up for the World War II effort, and they were building vocational training centers or trade schools all across, and many of our sister colleges here started from these roots as well. I think some even before we did in 1939. Well, over the years, we've changed locations. We've grown programming and service to our community. What started out in a Quonset hut in 1939 on what is now Western Kentucky University, it was Western State Teachers College back then, teaching typing and welding for the war effort, has now, in 1997, we were brought into KCTCS, and overnight we were Bowling Green Technical College. We were the second smallest college in enrollment at that particular time. We only taught the technical programs. We had to quickly grow the transfer, general education-based programs, and so we worked real heavily on that, getting accredited through SACS, COC, and the whole journey. And it's been an incredible journey to this day. But having such an evolution over so many years, we have been known by a number of different names, from a vocational school to a trade school to Bowling Green Technical College, BG Tech. That was a pretty popular name for us because it was easy to say, easy to remember. Then we became South Central Kentucky Community Technical College in 2012 because we really wanted to better represent our name, to better represent the 10-county region, not just one city within that region. And if you're a young person growing up today in high school, you know us by Sky. That's it rolls off the tongue. It's easy to remember. Today, We have 6 campus locations, and we can't take you to all 6, but I'm going to show you a quick video that our marketing department put together to share with you what our 6 campus locations look like. We have 1 in Simpson County, 3 in Warren County, and 2 in Glasgow. And they have evolved over the years in a variety of different ways, and our buildings age and range from 77 years old to 5 years old. You were in some of those buildings today. This particular building that you're in was built in the late 60s. So let's watch the video. As I start to wrap this up, I want to reflect on something that Regent Cox said. It's probably a year and a half ago at a meeting between the board and the PLT and whatnot, as we were doing some brainstorming about culture. If there's nothing more that you take away from your visit this week from SKYCTC, I hope you get to feel the culture and the value system that we have. The culture, some people might call it your personality or your belief system. I think it's the heartbeat. It's the rhythm. It's the cadence that we march to every single day. And that first bullet up there, the culture of caring, is something our employees identified over a decade ago of why people work here and why students like to come to school here. We care about every student who walks across our front door. Whatever is good for one student, we treat them individually and collectively with everything that we can to support their student success. We believe in engaging them with early access through dual credit. We're big into dual credit, over 2,500 students a year that we serve in dual credit. But we also, because we believe in it so much, invest strategically in trying to get them to matriculate. And I'm excited about what we're seeing about a recent strategy we put in place 2 years ago. This is the end of the second year. We created a local scholarship with the help of many donors through our foundation, through some strategic budgeting, where we were investing in kids coming out of high school to get them to matriculate. And I'll go back to Warren County Public Schools since it's the largest one we work with. What we just saw the other day is from the time we implemented this one scholarship program, and you've got the card on your table, it looks like this. We call it our Merit in DC to Finish program. We increased matriculation in 2 years from the Warren County Public High schools plural, because there's 4 high schools that are building a 5th, by 68% in 2 years. Matriculation went up 68% from just that school district in 2 years. And the only thing we did differently was that program right there. So we believe in it so much, we're putting our money where our mouth is and investing in our community. We have a deep dedication to helping our students learn how to graduate debt-free because of the last bullet there, success after graduation. That's really where we want them to be focused. We're not the destination. We're the bridge to get them to the destination. And we want them, whether they're a technical student going right to work, we want them to be able to launch that life without a mountain of debt. If they're a transfer student, we want them to be able to go to a university, whether it's Western or others, and be able to continue their education without any student loans on their back. And I'm proud to say that all the efforts that our faculty and staff have engaged in over the years, this past fall, only 1 out of 10 students took out a loan with us. So we have a huge number of our students that are graduating debt-free. And I'm also excited that our graduates are working in Kentucky. 8 out of every 10 of our students are working in Kentucky companies that the state tracks them 3 years after they graduate. That to me is the penultimate goal for KCTCS. It's one thing to prepare people for life, but we were built, in my opinion, to prepare people to go to work in Kentucky companies. Does us no good to prepare people who will go to work in Tennessee or Ohio or West Virginia or other locations. We are geared towards producing a workforce for Kentucky companies, and we need to be making sure that we're doing everything. And that's one of the highlights, I think, for KCTCS. When you look at all 16 colleges collectively, 7 out of 10 of our graduates are working in Kentucky companies, regardless of the credential they get, 3 years after graduation. That's far and above our university counterparts and our private school counterparts. It's a celebration. Our transfer students, new data just came out this fall. You may have heard about the success of our transfer students. It was a 7-year study that the state did to see how our students do when they transfer. Guess what? They're succeeding at almost that same rate. 7 to 8 out of every 10 will finish their bachelor's degree on average in 2 years across our colleges. So I say all that to say because the culture in an organization tells you or drives your strategies, which drives us towards our 3 goals within KCTCS strategic plan of learner success, employment success, and organizational success. It also drives us as a college to make sure we're providing the right pathways. And as we have tried to make sure that we are laser focused on aligning our programs, both credit and non-credit, community service and business services, with the relevant pathways to go to work in our local companies and our regional companies, it helps us stay on track. We don't offer pathways here that there's no good wage jobs in our community. That's why we've grown to serving almost 15,000 people a year at this college, both credit and non-credit pathways. So I'm very proud of our folks here. I'm going to wrap it up by saying we are a proud member of KCTCS, and we thank the board for the vision and the leadership that you've provided. I do want to thank you all for coming here today, and Dr. Quarles for selecting us as the host. I want to thank the cabinet and our fellow presidents for coming. I do want to thank Shannon and Cindy Ackley, Shannon Ricketts, Cindy Ackley on the system office front, and Becky McNulty. Is Becky here, or does she go back to the office? She's my assistant in our office. Those 3 put this all together predominantly, and they've done a phenomenal job. I want to thank Keith and Chris Gibbons in the back, my IT director here. They did a great job getting all this set up. And the unsung heroes, our security team that some of you met earlier today, our grounds, our custodial folks that keep this place looking like this every day. They didn't do something just for you all. This is how it looks every single day, and we appreciate everything that they do, because that's the first image that you get when you come to this college. It's not me. It's not always the administration. It's our grounds, it's our buildings, and they do such a great job. So thank you all for allowing us to be here. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or later.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. And yeah, you have a beautiful facilities and location.
Thank you.
Sorry I did not get to take advantage of the tour, but we'll catch up.
Okay.
Any questions for Dr. Neal?
Just
Yes.
not only do you provide a great lunch, it's a great story. And I would be curious, you may have said this in the presentation, I missed it, but the source of your students predominantly comes from where, and do you get into Nashville to attract students, and who's your Who's your competitor?
About 97% of our students, 97 to 98% of our students will come from the 10-county region. We do get a few students that will come to us through the online classes from outside the region and from Northern Kentucky or Northern Tennessee. We do have a few industries that want to work with us in Northern Tennessee and a few school districts that want to work with us. And we do have the contiguous tuition, or have in the past. So we have some of those folks take advantage of that. But predominantly, and this is, I think, by and large, true across the country for community college students, that they're more likely to be from your region that the community college is located in. And that's one of the reasons I think that they typically stay and work. And that's one of the strengths of KCTCS. We're educating people that want to live there, that want to stay there. That's why our job placement rates are so high, where university students, about 50% of most university students will come from out of state. Well, it's human nature that many of them are going to go somewhere else or go back home. But that's where our students come from, is predominantly right here in the 10-county region. Well, one of the great things about our region is that we don't have a lot of four-year university competitors. We do have Western, but we've tried to be more partners with them than competitors. Campbellsville comes over a lot into our region, but beyond that, we really don't have too many more competitors. We're not quite like some of the more competitive markets in Covington, Louisville, and those sorts of things. And we like to keep it that way.
Any other questions? And thank you for enlightening us with the percentages. That 7 out of 10 is a really good percentage.
It is. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Getting back to the chair's report. We had a really good meeting on May 30th. I appreciate all your participation, and anybody that did not get to participate, the recording is still online. So be sure to go back and check that out. Just want to remind everybody that our planning and policy committee is there for us to bring up issues for us to bring to the board. So make sure if you have any issues, let's flesh those out during the planning and policy committee meeting as well. What an amazing first 5 months Dr. Quarles has had with KCTCS. And I'd like to give you a round of applause for the 5 months. I think you and your staff's done a great job with the legislation that's come through. We've had some major wins, especially with the increase in the Work Ready scholarship. We've had some other major wins, and I'm very impressed with the allotment of $2 million for the trains that I'm sure you're going to talk about it in the president's report, but appreciate that because the trains money for years was not fully utilized, and now over the last couple of years we need more and more. So thanks for recognizing that and helping us with that. Dr. Quarles also got to experience his first KCTCS graduation at Big Sandy. He got to, I'll let him talk a little bit more about that. He got to share some stories in Patsy's hometown there area. He's continued to work on filling his cabinet and still has the opening for provost. CFO starts next week or week after?
Next week. Monday.
Next week. And I'm sure Buddy is sorely disappointed about that. He's over there grinning from ear to ear. So help is on its way, Buddy. We have a lot of momentum. So we want to keep things moving ahead. And thank you, Dr. Quarles, for your leadership. And we're looking, I have not heard him say how many days he's got under his belt now. Now he's talking about months.
Just like a baby.
So yeah. So we're anxious to keep those months and going into years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the chair's report? Okay. Board evaluation presentation. Regent Finan, she will provide that report.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Martin. And I concur with your comments. Congratulations, Dr. Quarles. I think it's been a very telling first half of the year, and I look forward to see what happens going forward. So great expectations. I'm pleased to present this board evaluation, and we did a little bit different this year in terms of a comparison. But I think just to kind of level set this whole piece, this is required by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on College, and we are expected to define and regularly evaluate our responsibilities and expectations. And so that is part of this effort. We are also asking for action at the end of this, hopefully approval of the 23 through 24 board evaluation. We can approve this without recommendations for improvement, but we have historically voted with improvement on what needs to be improved, et cetera. This framework itself is roughly 3 years old, and just to in previous years, it was done in different frameworks, formats, et cetera. We are reporting in aggregate, so everybody maintain their confidentiality, and so what you'll see is an aggregate response. The time frame spans from June 2023 until the time of the survey, which was mid-May of this year. And so that was a very similar time process prior to the year before. As we roll through high level these results, you'll note that the format of the side-by-side is a little bit inconsistent. And in speaking with Shannon, we did not want to change things up from the 22-23 survey. We wanted to maintain the integrity of that data. So you'll see what I'm talking about as we roll through. So with that, I'd like to move on to the actual results. And as you see, question 1, we asked board members, did we avoid administrative matters and maintain an emphasis on governance? And you will see from here that in 24, 33% of us were satisfied versus 18% the previous year. 50% of us were satisfied versus 36% the previous year. 17% of us felt that we needed improvement versus 27% the previous year. So upward trajectory. I do want to comment that we had a total of 12 regents take the survey as compared to 11 the year before. We go to the next slide. Did we serve as a guiding partner and sounding board to the KCTCS president? 50% very satisfied, 36% the year before, 42% satisfied versus 55% the year before, and needs improvement 8% versus 9% the year before, so very close there. All of this has been posted to Onboard for those who may not have accessed this information. Do we understand KCTCS's budget process and plan? 8% of us this year, as opposed to 36%, felt very satisfied. The 76 to 36% felt satisfied, and then 16% versus 27% commented needs improvement. We can conjecture about why. Some of it new regents. I know through the years past, we've always spent a lot of time on the budget, and depending on the issues that we needed to address, there were deeper dives through the various years. Question 4, the involvement in strategic planning and kept updated of progress with regard to planning and priorities. 50 to 45%, very satisfied. Satisfied was 42 to 27% the year before. And this one needs improvement. There were 27% last year that felt we needed improvement, and 0 with this current year. So that was definitely an upward trend. Do we ensure that the administration involves the board on high-profile issues that could present risk to the institution? 67% very satisfied versus 36% the year before. You can see 25% to 45% for satisfied. And on needs improvement, 8% of us felt this year, yes, we should improve versus 18% the year before. So again, some good forward movement there. As a board, do we focus our time on issues of great consequence to the institution? 50% of us versus 27% the year before. So that was upward. 42% were satisfied versus 64% last year. And then 8% to 9% on the needs improvement. So again, some upward mobility. Does the board think we have the right committees, and are they utilized to their full potential? 34% versus 45% on very satisfied. 50% were satisfied versus 18% the year before. 16% of us this year felt that it needed improvement versus the year before at 36%. So, given that spread, looks like there could be some opportunity there to identify how we look at our committees and how our board members are used for potential. Boundaries honored while serving as an advocate for the institution with various stakeholders. We dropped down a little bit here. The year before we were at 64%, came in at 25% in 2024. But we had 59% of us satisfied versus the 18% the year before. And the needs improvement ranked out 8% to 9%. And we did have one regent who was unsatisfied, or 8% of the total. Appropriate support for fundraising initiative, and clearly this has been an ongoing opportunity for KCTCS. One person was very satisfied. One person the year before was very satisfied. On the satisfied front, we're 67 this year to 45% in 2023. 25% of us believe improvement opportunities are here. Versus 9% in 23. So again, I think an opportunity. I know there's activity where this is being addressed, but clearly the board sees this as something that should be addressed. Avoids conflict of interest as a board, and do we adhere to a strict level of confidentiality? 25% versus 55% of us the previous year. So that was certainly a dip. With this very important effort. We're very satisfied. Satisfied front, 42% versus 27%. Needs improvement, 25% versus 18%. So I think, again, some opportunity and maybe some definition of what that is. Political influence. Are we as a board free from undue political influence or influence from external bodies? We had 17% very satisfied versus the 36% in the year before. 42% of us said that we were satisfied with this effort versus 27%. And 25%, a substantial amount, felt like we needed improvement in this area versus 27% the year before. So again, I think an opportunity. Unsatisfied, we had one person unsatisfied this year. So again, just flagging the opportunity there. Okay, we're rolling through, we're getting close. Question 12, board members are well informed of their fiduciary responsibilities. 58% of us felt like we were. And that ranked up against 73% in the prior year. 34% were satisfied with 27 in the year prior. and one felt like we needed improvement of this. And I think this is an ongoing responsibility of any board. Do board members work together to ensure KCTCS's long-term success? And you can see from the rankings in both years that 58% versus 45%. So we did tick up in the ranking there on the very satisfied. And then we had, of course, the satisfied at 42% versus 55% last year. So still some high ranking in terms of the collaboration for the good of the system amongst the board. A question about the orientation. Has it prepared the board for individuals' role on the board? 50% were very satisfied versus 36% the year previous. 42% satisfied versus 36% the year previous. 8% felt we needed improvement versus 18% the previous year. The information provided prior to the board meeting is informative and thorough so that I can carry out my duties. 50%, we went half and half in 2024 with being very satisfied versus satisfied, as compared to 2023, where 36% of us were either very satisfied or satisfied, and 27% felt that we needed improvement. So clearly we have ticked forward on that particular piece. Board members were asked if their particular skill sets and backgrounds were used effectively. And you can see 33% versus were very satisfied versus 67% coming in at satisfied. That compares to 64% versus 18% in 2023, with 2 people the previous year feeling that we needed improvement. So it feels like this has moved forward. There was a question about the meeting schedule being effective, and was there adequate time for discussion, information sharing, and decision making? 42% of us felt yes, that was the case, versus 36% the previous year being very satisfied. Satisfied 42% versus 55%. Still some need for improvement from 2 regents, or 16%. Versus the 1 last year. So I think that's always a moving target and, something to always address. Board leadership and support staff adequately compared to conduct meetings. And so 59% versus 82% were very satisfied. And then in the satisfied category, 25% versus 18% the year before. 2 regents, 16% this year felt that we could use improvement. So sorry to drone through those details, but I think it's important that we understand as a board how far we've come. In many cases, the same questions were asked at least over these last 2 years. So I think it's a good gauge. In terms of many of the same board members and with some rotation on the board. And I do think there's an opportunity for improvement in some of these areas. But clearly the transition being 5 months old, this is only half of the time that Dr. Quarles has been on the board. So I think we need to take that into consideration as well. And so with that, Chair Martin, I'll turn it over for questions. And then when we address any questions, I'd like to move for approval if that is the appetite of the board.
Okay, thank you, Regent Finan. Appreciate it. I know that was a lot of work and a lot of tracking down.
Yeah, and I thank you, Shannon. Shannon helped quite a bit on this as well.
Any questions? Any observations? Well, I kind of looked at 4 different things. Areas of emphasis, the fundraising initiatives, avoids conflicts and political influence. So those all received at least 3 needs improvement. So we definitely need to look at those 3 areas for our Board of Regents for the future. One of the areas that I was impressed with is much more, our board feels like we're much more prepared this year than we were last year. And we definitely appreciate the president and the staff for getting things together, especially in advance of our meeting. So we appreciate that. Any other comments?
Barry, I think you've got Brianna's hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I could not see you, Brianna. Yes.
That's okay. Thanks, Chair Martin. Karen, do you, I know last year, and I mean, and of course I saw it in the board book, we, had comments and kind of, fleshed out a little bit about the unsatisfied responses. Was there anything that you perhaps noticed kind of as the overall administrator of the survey? Is there anything that came to your attention that would cause alarm or discussion?
I don't think any alarm, but I do think Barry pointed the political influence, which goes hand in hand with avoids conflict. And so I think that's something we always need to keep in mind, vote or doing what's best for the system, I know is at the forefront for all of our regents. But I do think there were maybe 1 or 2 comments that alluded to that. And I think it's something we need to use as a guiding principle as we work through the work of the KCTCS system. So Brianna, that type of comment, it wasn't the majority, but there were a couple comments listed there.
Great. Thanks, Karen.
Okay.
A couple observations on this. Number one is that anytime you do a survey like this, you glean from it something that we can use to become better as a board. And, do we have any plans to draw from this for board education or something that is a lot of boards have a governance committee that specifically uses a tool like this to say, how do we get better as a board and how do we measure if we have gotten better? That'd be one observation. We don't need to talk about it now, just something to think about it. The second thing is, and Karen, maybe you can answer for this. Do you feel like, I feel like the most important thing a board does is recognize the bright line difference between management and governance.
Mm-hmm.
And where is the line where you, as a regent, traipse into management as opposed to governance?
Yeah.
And I think that, at least in my experience here, we've had times where we were too far, times where we probably weren't enough. Was there anything that you gleaned from that looked at how we all felt about the role as regents and how we were fulfilling being governance and not management? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the operational aspect of this over the last several years has been a strong focus of the board because of the transition at the president level. And so I think there was some comments related to that. But also, I think you could tell from some of the answers of some of the questions, avoids administrative matters and focuses on the governance of the system. We started to tick up higher. It seems like as a board, we are starting to move away from that operational aspect. But I do think, Russ, that's an excellent point and something we need to keep in mind as a governing board. We've all said this before, we have one employee and that's Dr. Quarles, and we have hired him to run the system. And I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you.
And I think our practice here that we're going to get started with SJR is a good time to look at their governance issues as well. So,
Candace has her hand up, Barry.
yes, Candace, sorry.
Thank you. Just as a newer board member, I recently completed all of the kind of the overview and the training sessions. It was an excellent module on the difference and what the role of a board member is relative to governance and those things that should be left and handled by staff. And so if this is an issue, I would suggest maybe even a refresher with that because it was an excellent overview. I took copious notes because it was a really good, well thought out training session.
Good. I think that would probably be a good refresh for all of us.
I think so too, but I really thought we had some really good responses, and the trend from last year to this year looks really good, and it reflects we are getting out of the weeds as far as the board is concerned. There was a time it was necessary for us to do that, but that time has now passed, and we've got strong leadership. We need to let them do their thing, and we be here to support them. So I think it's a good refresher. So
Barry, I appreciate, I asked you last year about the planning and procedure thing, and we handled that. You handled it great, that all members are invited to participate. And I think the more information, when we have committee meetings, the more information that all the regions have, it makes us stronger. We can ask questions, we get those resolved, so our meetings go much faster. And I certainly appreciate you taking that suggestion from me. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. But yeah, like I keep saying, I think the board needs to be just like what we anticipate, the president and the staff. We need to be more efficient and effective as well, and not afraid to evaluate ourselves. So thank you, Karen, for
Great.
Preparing this.
So Barry, if I
any other
could
questions?
make a motion that the board approve this survey with a focus on improvement in the fundraising, political influence, and governance areas, and any others that bubbled up. But I think those were 3 areas that should be framed and looked into, maybe tracked. But with that, I'd like to move for approval of the survey.
Okay, we'll use that as a motion from
Yes.
Regent Finan. Do I have a second? Okay. Joe is seconded. Parliamentarian?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexandra Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
and Regent Wabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Regent Rabinowitz and Regent Sutherland. I think they weren't on when we first started. So thank you all for joining us. Okay, with that motion passed, we'll go to the next item. It's the President's report. Dr. Quarles.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. And first off, let's say thank you to Dr. Phil Neal and Sky for hosting us. Doing a great job. I think you all deserve a round of applause. Appreciate it. He did give us a free Corvette, and you can stop at the newest Buc-ee's in Kentucky on the way home to fill it up. But tonight, we have a great reception. We're going to have a lot of community leaders from the region, a lot of legislators there as well. And so just keep in mind, we got a lot of folks that will be working with us as we move further down the path with our SJR response that will be taking a great look and a keen interest. So it's going to be a great time. So thanks for hosting us. I'm going to present my president's report in 2 sections this afternoon. And the first one is going to be an update. And then the second, I want to present my goals and vision for the next year. So we'll take a pause between those 2. And we'll start with the presidential report, which will be passed out right now. So back in March, I started off with a slide that says it's time for us to be more proactive than reactive. And so that's really been my mindset these last few months. It's time for us to own our issues. It's time to us address these as well. And in areas that we're lacking, create an action plan and start implementing those as well. One of the things that I got done early was my tour across Kentucky, the focus on the tour, focus on the future tour across all 16 colleges. And many members of the PLT here went out of their way to accommodate our schedule. So thank you for that. And I'm so fortunate that we accomplished that at the same time the General Assembly was meeting. So I can have a better perspective about what's going on at the ground level. Particularly having interactions with faculty and staff, learning it directly from them, hearing from them, and also getting to see the facilities across Kentucky so that I have a better understanding as we approach those decisions. So I want to say a special thanks to Melissa Moffis as well for getting all that scheduled. Another improvement that I think that many would agree with is that with our PLT team, we have 3 subcommittees. We started a 4th. This one we affectionately call the Realignment Innovation Advocacy Team, or RIA. This is really an opportunity for us to have an intake for the large issues that are affecting us as a system across the state. That's something that may have external components to it. It allows us to have a more hyper-focused monthly meeting about things like the Senate Joint Resolution, initiative fatigue, which I know is a popular topic across the system that we need to start addressing. Also advocacy, both at the state and federal level as well. And so that committee has met twice. I think it's going to serve well, and I'm chairing that committee in preparation for our monthly PLT meetings as well. As mentioned earlier, we had a successful legislative session. I was camped down there. I want to thank Hannah for her work as well. I think we came away very strong, but we came away with a challenge as well. Just a few highlights here. I know that for those following the weekly emails, you have more detail there. But first off, no cuts to our operational budget. That's always a win. That's always a win. We also got another additional $6.9 million with an inflationary adjustment. The cost of everything is going up. We appreciate that. Still won't cover all the costs due to inflation, but we're glad to get that over nothing. Due to the horrific and devastating natural disasters that Kentucky has unfortunately had to endure these last couple years, our insurance rates went up, and they went up 255% in 1 year. And so the General Assembly gave us the same that they gave the other institutions, is that they picked up the additional cost to the tune of $4.6 million. And an additional piece of legislation was passed for us to shop on the open market as well. So we're looking for ways to save money going forward. As mentioned earlier, I think one of the biggest wins out of session was the doubling of our Work Ready scholarship. Again, more or less a free ride for those students entering programs that directly populate 5 growth areas in Kentucky. This was a great win because as the process went through the legislative process, the number kept going up. It kept going up from the original budget to the House to the Senate, and then we came out. This is great. This is providing opportunities. It's getting students in our programs and no debt on the outside as well. We also were given $1 million to cover our forensic audit. It will not cover the entire cost of the forensic audit, but we're appreciative the General Assembly is helping us out with that. And one of the highlights that we worked on, we're proud of, is that we got language in the budget that says if we sell a facility, if we sell a property, we get to retain the revenue from that. And since that language was passed, we've identified 3 properties working with PLT that are ready to go up for sale. We have over 340 buildings across Kentucky. It's a lot. So we're going to follow the recommendations from Heron about space optimization and start identifying some low-hanging fruit and keep going forward with a plan. 2 other things is that the funding for trains remain flat, but as mentioned earlier, that's a very popular program for us. It directly helps our mission for workforce. And so we went ahead and proactively provided $2 million additional dollars to help out our workforce side of the ledger. And we know that this was welcome. So we will exhaust those funds, and we're directly helping businesses out. And then finally, if we show improvement, if we show that we are making, creating a path towards success, we can unlock $90 million in asset preservation funds and for capital projects going into the next fiscal year as well. Next update is that we have 3 interim presidents or people serving in high levels of leadership right now. We have Dr. Patsy Jackson, who's with us today. former regent and now an interim president at Southeast. So congratulations. Yes, deserve a round of applause. Thank you. And I know Dr. Todd Brand's joining us online from Big Sandy, so congratulations to you two. We made sure that we implemented a mentorship program as well. So Dr. Linden is working with Dr. Jackson, and of course, Dr. Ferguson's working with Dr. Brand as well. The third announcement today is that at the Fire Commission, we also appointed an interim acting administrator, Bruce Roberts, who's been at the Fire Commission for some time. I was actually just there yesterday in Paris attending the Kentucky Fire Commission meeting. And so they will soon start their search for a permanent administrator as well. As you know, we have a new regent joining us online. I want to say congratulations to Marty Sutherland from ECTC, who's elected as a regent. And so congratulations to you on filling out the vacancy of this term. So thank you for joining us as well. In terms of staffing, just a few updates here. As you all know, we now have a VP for HR. So Bridget, officially welcome aboard back in May. Thank you so much. And I think this is an appropriate, yes, we'll applause for that, yes. Because she knows what I'm going to say next, is that we got through the classification and rebanding. Now it's time for us to start charting a course addressing compression. And so that's the announcement I want to say today, that this has come up a lot over the years, from my understanding. I know that members of PLT, as well as myself, want to start this conversation. Now, I would like to ask for your input on this between now and our next Regents meeting, because we're going to face the facts. It's going to cost money. It's complicated. You're dealing with people's lives as well. But we know that we took a first major step. It's time for us to start a plan on that as well. You may see Blair Hess as well. Congratulations on joining on as VP for Comms and Marketing as well. She's doing a great job, because one of the pictures in the quarterly report was taken on Monday, and this was just came off the press. So thank you for everything that you're doing, and congratulations as well. Buddy, thank you for everything you've done. Our new CFO will start on Monday, Todd Kilburn, and he'll be moving down here. And I just want to say a special thanks for everything you've done to rise into the challenge. And I asked him for another 10 years, but let's give him a round of applause and say thank you for everything you've done as well. As you mentioned, we still have an ongoing provost search, and Dr. Greg Feeney, who's joining us online, is chairing that as well. Then also want to say that Jessie sends her best, and she's on Baby Watch 2024, and we're left in very capable hands with Tanel. So thank you for joining us. She's going to be presenting this at this Board of Regents meeting as well. And Megan Stith from ECTC is filling in the gaps and rising to the challenge with help with our foundation board as well. Also want to emphasize that Hannah is focusing on government relations now, as well as partnership building across the system. You know, a lot of our counterparts across Kentucky, UK, U of L, they have one, sometimes two full-time folks that deal with external relations. And so she's going to be focusing on that. So thank you so much for rising to the challenge. And Shannon Rickett is serving as Chief of Staff as well. So thank you all for what you do. I'm proud of my entire team. Very appreciative of all the hard work that you all put in across the room. And for those watching at home or watching from the office, thank you for your support as well. Now let's share some good news here. You know, our PLT meetings, we start with these things called celebrations. Tell us something cool that's happened across your college. So I'm going to start off with computers. So we have a lot of computers. In fact, we just due to some software updates and the need for updating Microsoft Windows, we had to purchase new computers. In fact, we purchased 5,000 of them. And due to the bulk ordering and aggressive work from our team, primarily spearheaded it from Chris Howell, we saved $555,000 by making one bulk purchase across the system. Such real savings that we have achieved. It took some time to make sure that each college was getting what they needed. And so that's an example about what we can do if we know ahead of time and we have the time to plan to really achieve bulk buying efficiencies as well. We had our first annual day of giving across the system. We raised $1.5 million in one day. That's awesome. Over 1,000 gifts, 411 first-time donors, and I think we had 100% participation from the Board of Regents. So thank you all for making that investment. Appreciate that. And I appreciate the evaluation and the feedback. So I kind of go into the doctor, you can shoot it to me straight, doc. There are areas that we can improve upon. And so I think we can help start having a culture where we enlist you as well with our fundraising activities across the state. We're going to do that. This total amount also includes a $1 million donation to Hazard. Dr. Linden is here. Congratulations on that. The donor that rose to that challenge had been someone that donated in the past, but hadn't donated recently. They were re-engaged. And we found a purpose that aligned with what objectives this donor wanted. And so we hope this is just the beginning of that. Additionally, the foundation board met this week in Elizabethtown. Our chair, Stephanie Bell, sends her best. And so we have some new appointees with that. And I think it might be good for us to have a joint meeting at some point down the road, meet the foundation board members as well. And we're going to try to use this as an opportunity to not just focus on fundraising, but focus on building up alumni relations across the system. And so we have a lot to learn. And if you have any good ideas, please send them my way. The FAFSA. We know that there's been a debacle with rolling it out. That might be even a polite way to say it. We decided to act proactively and start a rapid response team that just focus on how do we make sure that our incoming students have access to the FAFSA. They're filling it out. We're waiting for results to come in. And I'm glad to see that even today in our tour, we saw a FAFSA fill it out, 10 reasons why you should fill it out pamphlet. Proud to say that we were at 85% completion rate compared to this time last year, and we're doing better than other institutions. And so again, this is something the entire nation is dealing with, but I feel like we've been super aggressive. I want to thank all those that have served on that rapid response task force as well. But we're not going to stop there. As we know, as students' perspectives are making their decisions about where to go to college or waiting on their financial aid packages, we're providing that. We know there's other challenges coming down the pipeline, including the enrollment cliff, which we're going to have a great presentation about at this meeting as well. So it's my intent to roll this FAFSA Rapid Response Task Force into an enrollment cliff task force. To start thinking about how are we as a system, we as a state going to prepare for what we know are less people going through the K-12 pipeline, but we need to make sure we're looking at where our students are coming from. We're 52% of all GEDs in Kentucky are through KCTCS. We are being very aggressive. I know Derek Ramsey's working on making sure that we have presence and working with PLT in our correction facilities as people are exiting the criminal justice system, as well as our rehab and recovery centers as well. An international student component as well. Dr. Neal talked about the importance of that here. That's a big area across the state that perhaps we can do a little bit better job of. And of course, adult learners, which is what my doctoral research centered on just a little bit south from here, was how do we reconnect with adult learners and get them back into the system. Senate Joint Resolution. I'm going to give a separate presentation on that later in today's agenda, but one thing we need to make sure that we need to emphasize on is communication. And so we have 5 work groups, and we know that each one of you signed up for a particular area of interest. And so we're going to do a better job of making sure that we communicate with our regents as those work groups get up they're launched and up on their feet. And so I want to say thank you for those who watched the May 30th meeting as well as interacted with that. There's a few more updates. We'll take a pause and then we'll go into vision and goals for the next year. We're very proud that Jessie Shook and her team and others worked really hard to secure a $1 million grant for the National Science Foundation to focus on advanced additive manufacturing. Well, what is that? 3D printing. I have literally met students who have the ability now down at Somerset and across the state that now print parts that they need. Instead of running to Advanced Auto Parts like I do, when I'm fixing junk on our farm. You just make the part yourself. We're seeing it in healthcare as well. Prosthetics now, 3D printed. And so this is an area that I think that we can only go up from. And so thank you for all those who worked hard on that. Just up the road, we just cut the ribbon on a brand new training facility to ECTC with Blue Oval SK, a 42,000 square foot training facility. This is going to be an onboarding center for the thousands of workers that we know that will be coming not just to E-Town, but to the region as well, Dr. Phil Neal. And we want to make sure to say thank you to Justin Pate, who emceed that event. And I know there's a recent opening at Wheel of Fortune right now, but we need to make sure that he stays at ECTC, but he did a great job emceeing that. Presidential evaluations. We completed all 16 presidential evaluations over the course of 2 weeks in May and June, and I've been told that this is the soonest it's been done in a decade. I want to say thank you to our PLT members because I asked them questions about how we can improve as well. A lot of great ideas were born from those conversations, so thank you. We're going to start the cabinet evaluations next, and keep in mind that we're preparing for a reorganization as well. The Kentucky Fire Commission met with them just yesterday. They voted unanimously for the need of a state audit, and this is something that I know that KCTCS has done before, and so they realize the need for an opportunity to maybe have some clarification on some issues that they're facing. And so we welcome that. The state auditor has started that, and we hope to have the results later this year as well. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I went ahead and said it might be a good idea to bring the Kentucky Fire Commission to our KCTCS Board of Regents and give a brief presentation. So if it's okay, maybe at the next meeting in Henderson, they'll come down and kind of explain the history, how they're attached to us, and some of the needs that they're looking at as well. Finally, transfer agreements. We're in the transfer and partnership building relationships business here at KCTCS. I want to say special thank you to Dr. Nate Wagner, who has really knocked it out of the park with making sure that we have transfer agreements with as many universities and entities as possible, including recent ones with Asbury College, Alice Lloyd College, and Ohio University. She's been there representing us. We actually are also in the works to reevaluate our relationship with Midway University, and Center College has reached out as well, BCTC. So that is all great news because we know that they need students. We need a pathway for those students to go on if they choose to go on to get that baccalaureate degree as well. And one of personal interest, just this Monday, for the first time, we believe in 27 years, we now have an official transfer agreement with the University of Kentucky. And so we were there on site on Monday. They were very appreciative of this. And we believe this is going to be the first of many partnerships that we have with not just UK, but U of L as well, other ones that are in the healthcare space, et cetera. And so I want to say thank you for everyone that was part of that. So that's what I've been up to. People ask, what do I do in my free time? Well, I'm consistently putting in 55 to 60 hours a week with this job. I was raised to be a worker. I appreciate the value of hard work. I'm also serving on the Goodwill Industry Board statewide. We already have a lot of collaboration going on there, as well as our food banks. And then when I do have time, I'm farming at home. So maybe I'll bring you some vegetables to the next meeting. So I just want to stop right there and pause if there's any questions about the presidential update before we go into goals and vision. Any questions?
Any questions? Joe?
Dr. Poole, you mentioned $90 million for capital projects
Yes.
tied in. Are you going to talk more about that in your SJR report giving later? Okay, perfect.
Yes. I'll just go ahead and answer the question now is that as long as we come back with a plan that shows action, some boldness, right sizing the system, I think the legislature will look generally fairly positive towards allowing us to access that $90 million. But that's one reason why we need, it's a great carrot they've given us. It's a challenge as well. But another thing to address is that we need more money allocated towards asset preservation and capital construction. You know, 90 million spread out across 16 colleges. I mentioned 340 buildings. University of Louisville, I believe, got $280 million for one building this past session. So we need to make sure we educate and make sure I have a positive relationship, and that can start tonight at the legislative reception.
So you do, but that is going to capital projects. We envision it, if we achieve that goal, which I know I think
Yeah.
we will, that'll go towards capital.
And I think it's time for us to make sure that we set a stake in the ground and say, these are the areas that we want to improve upon. We need the facilities to teach or instruct, et cetera. And so I would imagine going into the next budget cycle, being quite aggressive, showing improvements, showing improvements not towards Huron, not just Huron, but also our goals that we will state for SJR, which you all will be voting on in December, we hope. And then we'll see action, General Assembly in January of 2025. But I think making sure we raise awareness about the facility needs that we have across the system. And we're sitting in a building right now built in the 1960s, has been refurbished, but we know some areas are in growth areas that we need to address this.
And I know, Dr. Coyle, you and I have talked in reference to KCTCS has a plan for the 16 colleges. But sometimes when it gets to the legislature, we present our plan with everybody knows what it is. But sometimes legislators decide, well, here's one way down here and one jumps the other. And so we have to really work on that and change that. This is what is best for KCTCS. And, you know, you and I talked about that one last night. We had a program. One of our existing programs needed help. They decided, legislators decided to put the money somewhere else in the thing. So that's one of the things we really need to work on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before you go forward, what's been the biggest surprise of this job? Looking back on what surprised you most about this job, and maybe also what was the thing that you were absolutely right about this job?
I think the biggest surprise has been how big of a role colleges play in their communities. I mean, it truly is a community-oriented, community-first entity. And of course, we got great economic data back that shows that we're responsible for 1 in 49 jobs in the state. But you look past the economic development numbers, which I love to look at, it's the college identity at the local level that you really can't replace. And I think that we're more or less a rural state. And to see our footprint across Kentucky, which I'm not going to be able to see everything in 1 year, it really is amazing about the structure and the bones that we have here. Now we just got to decide what to do with it. One thing that I feel like I was absolutely right on is seeing the student success, standing on stage at Big Sandy and watching students walk across the stage. And I'd say easily a third of those that attended the graduation ceremonies were first generation college graduates. And that was absolutely amazing. I think it's one of those experiences that no matter how often you see it, it's still going to be a refreshing, inspirational event to achieve. But you were changing people's lives, 1 degree, 1 certificate at a time, but also you're changing that family's trajectory long term as well.
Any other questions? Yes. Brianna.
Thanks, Chair Martin. Dr. Quarles, this isn't so much a question as it is a request. So you had mentioned some administrative and perhaps cabinet shifts. So it would be really beneficial to perhaps, at least for me, and perhaps the other Board of Regent members, to have maybe like a new organizational chart or something updated so that we kind of know where everything kind of flows now. That would be really beneficial.
We're actually working on that right now.
Oh,
So,
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, you definitely have been pretty busy over the past few months here, so what is the next part up here?
All right. And just one thing that I omitted very quickly from the report is we just talked about graduations. Here are the numbers. This May, we graduated 23,067 enrollees. And if you look over the entire academic year from 23 to 24, we awarded over 43,000 credentials, which is up from the previous academic year as well. So congratulations, graduates. So if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to roll right into the vision for the next year. And Blair's passing out a pamphlet here that talks specifically about goals and visions. So if you were to ask me to summarize where we want to go in one word, I would choose the word renewal for the next year, for 24-25. For those that know me, I like to get into our shop and fix things that may need a little scrubbing, put new paint on it. And so that's what I view about the word renewal. As you can see in the document being provided right now, we have 5 vision, 20 goals over the next year. They're going to focus into the 3 sub buckets that we're all so familiar with when it comes to the 3 pillars of the strategic plan: our learner success, employment success, and organizational success. So as you can see, under learner success, we want to make sure we continue to increase our partnerships with our 4-year colleges and universities across Kentucky. We're doing that already. Also build community relationships with donors and other alternative revenue opportunities as well. And also re-envision what the role of advancement and fundraising should be for at the system-wide level. I want to go ahead and travel to the 16 colleges again. I think it's important for not just me, but also members of the cabinet and members of the system office to get out across the state and see where the students are receiving training and classroom instruction, and also convert the FAFSA task force into enrollment cliff strategy as well. Moving on to employment success, as you can see in your pamphlet, we want to make sure we continue to grow our community partners, but it's not just about the number of partnerships we have, which we think is somewhere around 80 plus. It's about the quality of the partnerships as well. And so we know that some of our partners have been with us for years. Some of them predate KCTCS being in existence, but others we know are in high growth areas like healthcare, where we might need to sit down and say, okay, we talked about nursing, but what about the other programs that we have? And so we need to start having intentional conversations about the quality of the partnerships as well. I also want to make sure that we circle back and have conversations with other governmental entities in our state. We've started having conversations with our county judges, our mayors, as well as the director of our state parks, the director of large facilities like the Kentucky Fair and Expo Center, who we know need industrial maintenance workers, to make sure that we're serving the needs of other areas of state government as well. And of course, we want to develop a statewide workforce strategy, which we're going to do with the SJR response as well. Then moving quickly on to organizational success, we want to make sure that we complete and cure all the audit findings. So state audit from last year, you're going to get a report from that. There's just one outstanding item that's left to be done, and that's the forensic audit. We finish the forensic audit, consider strategies for curing findings that may occur from that. And this also includes the Fire Commission as well. But we also need to make sure that we clarify the role between KCTCS and the Fire Commission. That's something I keep hearing, is that there seems to be muddy waters there, and both sides want to really define what our role is with each other. And also finish building out the cabinet, and also complete a reorganization across the system. Finally, obviously we need to finish our responsibility of responding back to the General Assembly, the Senate Joint Resolution 179, make sure that our response plan is adequate, make sure that we right-size the system as well, and also look towards the future. And also work on addressing our advocacy efforts. And so now we have a full-time external relations specialist. Let's not just look at what's going on in Frankfurt, but Washington, D.C. as well. In fact, we just scheduled our first fly-in of members of the PLT to Washington, D.C. at the end of July. And so we want to make sure that we are making sure that we are doing our role with advocating as well. And that includes you coming to Frankfurt. It includes re-upping our legislative agenda for the next session, but also make sure that we develop advocates and leaders in the General Assembly, champions, I guess you could say. And so we're actually going to be handing out awards to legislators that we know that are going above and beyond for us, because we want to make sure we have those go-to folks in both chambers, both parties, that are going to be advocates for us. So with that said, I'll conclude my goals and vision for the next year. Any questions on that?
Yeah, Joe?
I really enjoy this little handout. That's
Thanks.
very handy. Do you have any intentions to get this out to the rest of the organization?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So
Thank you.
commitment towards transparency. So we want to make sure that we get this out to everybody, but we want to make sure that, again, hot off the press. So
Thank you. It's very nice.
Including legislators.
legislators, yep.
Any other questions?
Ryan, can that also be sent to us via mail, just so that we
Oh.
have hard copies? That would be great.
No,
Thank
well
you.
taken. Yep. There's no questions. I do have just one last announcement, if you don't mind.
Yes.
For a couple of the folks in this room today, it's their last meeting. And we're gonna talk a little bit later about that tomorrow. But I just want to say a special thanks to Alexandra Martin, Leah Hodges for the leadership that you all provided. You know, you all have amazing life experiences, and I once sat as a student member on CPE, and so it goes by quick. This year goes by quick, but upon reflection, you all have made tough decisions. Y'all were here, you were engaged, and I think that you all represented your classmates very well. So I just want to say you all have a big future ahead of you. Thank you all for your service.
And in addition to our two students, we also have one online that this will be their last meeting as well. So, Karen, we really appreciate your efforts and you being here and helping us throughout the past 7 years, right?
That's the 7 years of my life.
Thanks. Let's
Thank you.
give her a round of applause as well.
Thank you all.
Oh, sorry. And also I'd like to recognize Patsy. She's not gone far, but she is not on the Board of Regents right now. So Patsy, we appreciate your efforts on here as well. And good luck with your efforts at Southeast as well. Thank you. Okay. How about in honor of James Lee, how about us taking about a 7-minute break? So we'll be back here at 2:03. Okay? Yep. Okay, we're finished with the president's report. I'll ask Bridget Cantor and Project Management Executive Director Sarah Ballard to present this agenda item for an update on Huron project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Keith's going to pull it up. I have to say, I was a little bit nervous on the agenda that I was following Dr. Quarles because he's a tough act to follow, but now I have a live mic and a laser pointer, so I'm feeling very good. I do want to take a minute just to introduce myself for those of you all who do not know me. My name is Sarah Ballard. I am the Executive Director of the Project Management Office here at KCTCS. I'm going to provide a brief high-level update on the progress of each of the 12 priorities for Huron that were approved last June by the Board of Regents. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Vice President Cantor, for an update on compensation. Okay, let's get started. Because the Huron engagement has been ongoing and multifaceted, I wanted to start with a quick overview. And I'm going to ask you all for your patience as we move through this because I have a lot of information and I want to make sure it's accurate because I am speaking on behalf of a lot of folks across the system who have done an extraordinary amount of work. So I'm going to be relying on my notes as we move through. But in the interest of my laser pointer, with this overview, I just kind of wanted to give you some context of where we've been for how we got to where we are, and then some next steps on where we're going. So this timeline is going to provide you with the timeline and the context for the work starting in the spring here with the Resource Optimization Committee. And that's when the Board of Regents charged the Resource Optimization Committee with examining human capital, financial capital, and physical capital. And as a result of the committee's work in June of 2022, an RFP was approved to review building utilization and optimization, including college operations and program offerings, to identify opportunities to streamline administrative services and organizational structures, as well as to complete a compensation and equity analysis. Huron, as you know, was awarded the contract and their work began across the system in late fall of 2022. So right there. This laser pointer, y'all, is super fancy. I'm sorry. Last summer, at the June board meeting, Huron presented their report, which you all know identified 47 opportunities. 12 opportunities were prioritized to move forward to the design and implementation phase with the creation of both timelines and roadmaps for execution. And Huron's engagement with us ended in the spring of this year. Work teams across the system have continued to make progress, which brings us to today. As you recall, some of the priorities had a very defined scope. They were clearly identified, clearly articulated. Some, however, were broader and more complex. So the timelines for each of these projects and each of these priorities is unique to the specific nature of the work. And that's important for us to keep in mind as we move through. As of June 1st, though, I'm happy to report and so proud of everything that has been accomplished. KCTCS has completed 7 of the 12 priorities with 5 in progress toward completion. Okay, as a reminder, these 12 priorities that the folks have been working on were identified in the following scope areas: space utilization, academic programming optimization, finance and organizational, and then there were 2 additional considerations that were prioritized, and those were data strategy and the project management office. After the approval to move forward with these 12 priorities last summer, KCTCS launched work streams to do the following. First, identify the scope of the work for each of the priorities, design projects, and then create timelines, milestones, and deliverables. The next 2 slides are going to provide, again, a very high-level update. And before we dive into those, it should be noted that these slides are going to oversimplify the work. They do not do adequate justice to the amount of effort expended by folks from across the system to tackle these projects, to really dig in and to complete them. In the interest of time, I understand we cannot go into the specifics, but in your board materials, you do have information from each of the project leads that does provide specific details around their work. And I'm also happy to take questions back to them as well if I'm unable to answer them. Okay, so let's start with the completions. First, capital construction projects, substandard space utilization, and external lease agreements. Andy Case-Vera at the system office has been a rock star with his team. They have tackled these three and have completed the following. They have opted out of state-managed capital construction projects and created a structure to manage those projects in-house. They have established a documented decision-making process to manage space, cancel external lease agreements, and effectively use underutilized space. This is the point that Dr. Quarles was making earlier. Developed formalized space governance structures and a consistent approach to academic space scheduling. And finally, they have created a space usage efficiency calculation tool in collaboration with the data strategy work team. The next three on the list are program offerings and enrollment, program inventory management, and section enrollments. Dr. Renee Wagner, Dr. James McCaslin, the Academic Council, many internal stakeholders, external partners like CPE have all worked together to do the following. Improve our program portfolio processes through the automation of workflows for both program activation and program suspension to increase and improve our efficiencies. They have executed a massive data cleanup project for program inventories. And just to give you some perspective, as of June the 5th, the colleges and the system office have worked together to process over 200 credential suspensions. And just to give you some context and a comparison, the suspension totals for the past 6 years prior has remained below 100 annually. They have also worked very hard to assess modality enrollment trends for improved data-informed decision-making through actionable intelligence. And again, this is in partnership with the data strategy work team. They have built a data dashboard tool with reports for individual colleges to monitor enrollment trends daily, thinking about that enrollment cliff as we track our students and their actions. They have built a tool for documenting, tracking, and reporting on section enrollments. They have also launched a pilot this fall for intentional course sharing across 6 colleges to increase resource efficiencies and improve student access. And finally, they have reviewed all 16 college-level data to identify actionable steps to increase responsiveness to both employers and community needs, as well as to improve monitoring for efficiencies to meet student demand and to drive new revenue. The next one on the list is strategic sourcing. And you're going to see that this one is both listed on this slide and the next one because this priority has 2 components: increasing centrally guided procurement practices and increasing contract spend. This team has focused on increasing centrally guided practices, or procurement practices, and through the leadership of Becca Korosek and the strategic sourcing team, they have completed that part, specifically through the following. They've created and implemented a structure for better alignment with college procurement and payable staff to improve information sharing and to reduce redundancies and inefficiencies. They've created and launched a system-wide tool for procurement officers to enhance system-level procurement practices. And they've completed an RFI to identify e-procurement options in the marketplace to inform the next phase of their work. And finally, the establishment of the project management office is complete. It's been kind of fun as we've been working to support these other projects while also managing our own project to build our office. The project management office, just to remind you, serves as a thought partner And we are here to provide support and scaffolding for all projects, both at the system office and anything across the system, to ensure project completion. It should be noted, we are not the experts in the work. The project teams, the project leads, they are the ones that are executing this work. They are the subject matter experts. We are here to work alongside these teams to systematically apply project management principles, such as defining clear objectives and project scope, create a detailed project schedule with established milestones and deliverables. We work with our teams to identify, elevate, and mitigate any risks or barriers, and work to ensure regular communications and updates with our appropriate stakeholders. In so doing, this allows us to streamline operations, reduce waste, and make better use of our resources. Now, these are our priorities that are currently in progress. And again, you see strategic sourcing up there because it's still, it's completed one part, but it's moving into the next. I'm not going to spend as much time on this one because I know in the interest of time, I want to be brief, but I do want to be very clear that just because that these priorities are identified in progress, it does not mean that work has not been completed in these areas. It just means that the full scope of their project has not yet been completed. And again, with strategic sourcing, they've completed the first piece of their task. Now they are moving into the next phase to address contract spending. And as noted during the initial discussion of these priorities last June, these priorities listed here in particular are broad and complex in scope. Faculty credit hour production, spans and layers, consolidation of administrative support, and data strategy are all incredibly complicated. Data strategy, for example, spans the entire organization, and that work stream has worked really hard to support the work in both space utilization this year and in academic programming. Even still, work, though, has been completed in the data strategy area, specifically the creation of data tools to improve cross-functional data gaps identified in other Huron scope areas, as well as the creation of a framework for data governance. Their roadmap and their phased approach to this work is provided in the details materials. In the other areas, faculty credit hour production, spans and layers, and administrative support, work has been completed to understand these areas in more detail beyond what Huron provided us. Ultimately, we in the project management office, as well as leadership, we are working to align the next phase of the work in these areas with the system-wide response to SJR 179. You'll note in the details provided by each project that they are prioritizing ways to improve efficiencies and to identify cost savings. Projects have been asked to use these metrics, and because it is still early in the implementation of these, it is too soon to measure these things with hard numbers. But you'll see that projects have focused on streamlining and reallocating resources, as well as better using resources to maximize outcomes and to identify potential cost savings. And I want to remind you all that Huron provided us with estimates, and those estimates were based on large-scale, comprehensive, transformational changes to the system across all 47 opportunities. So we've started down that road, and we've certainly made progress toward that. And as we continue in the work, these metrics will be utilized as part of both our continuous improvement as well as our accountability processes. Before I conclude, and I know that that was a lot, I just want to reiterate my appreciation to everyone engaged in this work. Not only have we all been trying to complete this work, but at the same time, we have also been working together to build a new work structure to utilize project management principles. All of this has been completed on top of the day-to-day operations and the rollout of a new compensation program. So much has been accomplished across the system, and that is truly a testament to the strength and the commitment to serving students and to serving the communities across the Commonwealth. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Vice President Cantor, to conclude our progress update on our Huron priorities.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so since I was here last in front of you all in March, much has occurred on the compensation front. So May 1st, if you recall, in March we met, May 1st was the date that we were all working towards. It was the date that employees were going to be notified of the impact to them based upon the new compensation structure. So that notification did go out to all impacted employees on May the 1st. It was a standard communication that was sent out across the system at each individual college, as well as at the system office, notifying employees if their job titles changed, if their pay bands changed, if their salary changed. All of that information was communicated at that time on May 1st. So since May 1st, the work has continued. It wasn't just a May 1st, yay, we're done. We've notified employees there still is much work to be done on the compensation front. So July 1st is the true go live date that employees, those new salaries will go into effect. Titling will show up in PeopleSoft self-service. All of those things will occur. July 1 is the go live. So between May 1 and July 1, we've continued to review. So even though positions were mapped and employees were communicated with, it also provided the opportunity then at that point for employees to be able to say, hey, I'm not sure that you all got my mapping right. I'm not sure that you have a most up-to-date job description for me. So there's been a lot of additional evaluation that is still ongoing across the system as it relates to where employees in their positions, where they've been mapped to. So just to give you an idea in terms of the impact where this was, as of May 1st when we went live in terms of notification, across the system, there was 932 employees who received a financial impact to their position. All staff, regardless across the system, had a change in job title. But in terms of the financial impact, 932 employees on May 1. That number is going to continue to change again as we continue to do these evaluations of positions to make sure that we've got things as accurate as we can within the scope of the new program. In terms of the costing of those 932 individuals, you can see that there. So it was just over $3 million in straight salary, and then you add the benefits on top of that, and you're at $4.4 million across the system. Again, expect that to go up just a little bit as we continue that evaluation. So in terms of what's next, so there are still a lot of policy updates that have to occur. So in any number of HR policies exist. Terry Diatley could probably give me the exact number off the top of her head. But those have to be brought in line with the new structure and the new program itself. The playbook, the compensation playbook, which really will act as the policies as it relates to compensation, is in its final drafts. The presidents have had the opportunity to provide feedback, so we're taking that feedback. It will go back before all of the human resources leads across the colleges and the compensation team to make final edits to that playbook. So that will become the living, breathing document that guides the compensation structure and program moving forward. Technology updates. So Dr. Howell's group has been hard at work in conjunction with staff at the system office and the HR office to get PeopleSoft up to date and ready to go with regards to all of these new job titles. So it created, we had to take down all of the existing structures. So the titles all had to change, job codes, FLSA status, all of those things behind the scenes that impact and drive payroll, and all of that had to be redone. So they are way ahead of schedule in my book as it relates to that, and we can't thank them enough for all of the work that happened behind the scenes to make this possible to go live July 1. So Dr. Quarles kind of already touched on this, but then comes compression. So we've talked about compression a lot. The presidents have talked about it a lot in their PLT meetings as well. it is certainly something that we recognize and know and are committed to the fact that it does need to be addressed. So if you recall, this kind of part here was phase one. And so we've talked about that as phase one, build the structure, build the program. So that is where we're at, being implemented and going live July 1. The next step will be then to kind of look at, okay, so where does that put us, right? So we'll be able to look at the data analysis then to say, where do we have employees bunched at? And compare that to years of service, compare that to any number of factors, and then be able to identify what the goals and priorities will be moving forward. We can't take the entire elephant and fix this in one fell swoop, and we know that, but so we're going to have to identify where does that focus need to be. So that will be a continued conversation amongst the PLT, amongst the cabinet, to try to identify how can we do that? Where can we do that? Obviously, the business officers at the colleges will need to be involved in those conversations. I don't have a magic wand that I can dictate, hey, we're going to need $1 million from each one of your colleges. So it's going to be a continual discussion in progress, and to identify those priorities and then be able to set those timelines, right? So what is the date that we're going to check off priority one as it relates to compression? So that's where we're headed as it relates to compression moving forward. And then lastly, I am so grateful to Buddy Combs and Dr. Quarles. They have approved, as part of a strategic needs analysis from the HR office at the system, to be able to go out and purchase a compensation software platform. So the big ugly spreadsheets that the HR peer team has been working with throughout this entire process, we will be happy to sunset those and to be able to implement a compensation software that will be able to provide us more data analytics as it relates to compensation for the system as a whole, and make better decisions going forward. And that's it for me, unless there are any questions for Dr. Ballard or I. Kimberly.
Thank you, Bridget, for all of your work. It's been a tremendous amount of work from the HR peer team and the tech people, everybody. It's been a team effort. But I did have a question about the timeline, and I know we're not there yet with establishing exactly where we want to go, but do we have like a big picture idea of what the compression timeline, what we're looking for, or what we're shooting for right now?
We don't yet, no, but we're getting there. We talked about it at the last president's meeting. So I think that the goal will be, I committed to them that when we meet again, we'll be able to have some more data for them to be able to look at and say, okay, where do we go from here? Obviously, no matter what we do, it's going to be a challenge because budgets have been set for this fiscal year. So it will require, if we're going to do anything this fiscal year, there's going to have to be some real thought as to where does that funding come from.
And thank you for that answer. I think that's the next step that people are looking for, the faculty and staff. That's the next thing that's on their minds.
Absolutely.
Of course, you know more that than anybody in your position. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your answer on that.
You're welcome.
Don't want to put you on the spot, but could we have something by our next board meeting?
I think
for a
so.
timeline?
I mean, even if it's broad strokes, as you know, it's going to be very complicated. We need to figure out what the goals and objectives are. The one thing that came up during the PLT evaluations is that we know that it's probably going to be phased in. It's not going to be something that is done overnight. It's going to take some time to figure that out. But I think by the next board meeting, we'll have a progress report for sure. I'm not sure if we can definitively say by then it'll be accomplished by this date, but today's announcement is that we're not going to waste time, is that we're going to move forward.
Okay, and I think that's what we're looking for, is just that commitment. And maybe if we could even have some kind of a rough draft of a timeline, something that we don't necessarily adopt, but we keep in mind.
Okay.
Is that, Joe?
As you probably assume, as a staff representative, I've received some emails and text messages and phone calls about this on May 1st and then after when all that came out.
Yeah.
The biggest one you already touched on a little bit. I got the concern is I don't think I was banded correctly. You touched on it a little bit. What is the process for a employee who does not think they are banded correctly.
So they should contact their local HR. So if it's at the colleges, contact your local HR lead, because every college, I will tell you, is how they're functioning in that evaluation is probably a little bit different, but ultimately it's a discussion about what are the position's job responsibilities. And then they use the work dimension guide that is in the comp program, and they evaluate based upon that work dimension guide. And that then drives where does that position land?
I think that leads to my next question is people kind of think that's a black box.
Mm-hmm.
It's not been shared anywhere. I know there's like an Excel file out there called master job profiles that no one has really seen. They're just kind of told this is where you land. Is there any, I know we talked about transparency. Is there any a way that black box could be put out there for, you know, for me to do my own due diligence as an employee to make sure, you know, am I fitting before I even go and engage HR? I can do my own work and say, okay, maybe they're right. This is where I'm at.
Right. So that is a conversation that continues to be had. And if you asked Bridget, in my opinion, where I'm at right now, I lean towards no, not yet, because we have had a history in this system of, I refer to it as job shopping. So when people would try to create jobs based upon, oh, if there's a job spec and it says X, Y, Z, I'm going to then draft my job description to mirror that. So they can't argue with me that that's what it, and I'm not saying that was always the case, but it did happen a lot. It also happened where we had, oh, I've got X amount of dollars in the budget for a position. So let's go job shop and just try to find a job title that will allow me to pay somebody X amount of money. So we're trying to get away from those practices and really put the HR leadership at the colleges in that role of leading those discussions with employees and supervisors to be able to then use the tools that the program has established to evaluate those positions.
Thank you. That's good. Next, so I have a list here. Another one I get is people believe the black box was focused more on maybe management responsibilities and less on workload. And from what I'm hearing, a lot of employees were reclassified from exempt to non-exempt. Do we have any numbers on how many employees were reclassified from the exempt status to non-exempt? And second part to that question, do we have any concerns of overtime payments? Because now they have to, you know, they have to fit into a certain period of hours. Expenditures we're going to have to pay as these people's workloads have not changed, but their exemption status has.
So yes and yes. So I can get that for you in terms of the numbers. I don't have it right here with me, but yes. So part of that, Regent Herding, is there is a new Fair Labor Standards Act has put in new minimum salary thresholds, which are going into effect July 1 and then again in January 1. And that's important because it requires us as an organization to pay a minimum salary. So that's like step one of the test in order for a position to remain exempt. So in looking at where positions were originally banded, we made a recommendation to the comp team to the PLT to take, there was a certain group of positions that were going to then have to be, their salary was going to have to be raised significantly in order for them to remain exempt. So the decision was made that we would change those to non-exempt. It doesn't change the value of the position. It's not a demotion in any way. It is just simply a different way of them being paid. So yes, they are eligible to be paid for all of the hours that they work. So there is a management piece to this as it relates to overtime, for sure. And we talked about that in the PLT, and our payroll staff is going to do a training, actually 2 different trainings here next week, I believe is when they're scheduled, to kind of go through that both with impacted employees as well as with supervisors. So that way they have a better idea of how to manage that appropriately so that we hope to not incur a lot of overtime dollars, but we also recognize that, yes, that is likely to occur, but we're trying to minimize it as much as possible.
And do you see, I know this would never happen with us, but I've heard rumors of being told, yes, you're on hourly now, don't ever go over those numbers. Kind of
Employees,
situation and, yeah.
yeah, employees are to be paid for hours worked, and that's just the law. But certainly that is you need to work with your supervisor to identify what that work schedule looks like and to stick to that, both the supervisor and the employee.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Brianna?
Hey, Bridget, thank you
Hey.
for this report. I appreciate it. I have some questions, maybe questions, maybe just numbers that you obviously probably are not going to have in front of you, but perhaps could provide to us. It just wasn't on board. So going back to the slide of the 932 that were affected in option 1. So I have some kind of secondary questions. We had kind of said that we think this many, faculty, staff, so on will be affected, and how many. I'm curious, and I know it's not official until July 1, and you said there's still a little bit more wiggle room to go there. The bands that are affected, or perhaps that were affected the most, perhaps some that were affected the least, if we could kind of get a breakdown of that, that would be, I think, beneficial.
Absolutely.
And then faculty versus staff. I mean, I think we all knew, with the options that were outlined initially, we knew that staff was going to be the bigger piece across the board.
Right.
But maybe just to kind of get an idea of that as well.
Okay.
And it would be interesting, I think, to kind of, show how it was broken down by colleges, who had the most, who had the least, who was affected the most, whose budgets, took the largest hits and so forth. So if we could have that information provided to us, I think moving forward, knowing that, as we look at other things regarding compensation and compression, that will kind of help to, help make a holistic decision.
Absolutely.
So,
I can tell
okay.
you, Brian, I do know off the top of my head, Bluegrass had the largest expense. The system office had the least expense. And Bluegrass was followed by Somerset and West Kentucky. So those were the 3 largest dollar figures as it related to the employees impacted.
Wonderful. Yeah, but if we could get
But I'll
all
get
that,
you the
that
rest. Yes,
that
absolutely.
would be great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
I have a comment,
Good.
Mr. Chairman. We received phase 1 of the projected cost. And I guess my comment as only one board member going forth is to our college presidents and to Dr. Qualls, we need to find the money. And basically, we're not only looking at curriculum, but we're looking at staffing, we're looking at cabinets, we're looking at the systems office. So, and I don't think we're going to get a lot more money from the legislature to do this. So we're going to have to find the money, because the most important thing that we have is our students, faculty, and staff. And so I would just encourage you. I don't think we're going to be able to do this year. I would like to, but as you go to the budget process next year, you need to look. And I'm sure Dr. Qualls will be looking, but I would encourage you to look, because as only one board member, I am committed to trying to fix this ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I do have a quick question. The 4.4 million in total, how did that compare to what we anticipated?
It's very close to what the original estimates were.
Okay. I could not remember.
Yeah, it's very close to what they were.
I-
The actual number of employees impacted increased.
Yeah.
But the dollar figure, I think it's slightly less, but it was close.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
I do have a question. Just help me understand, I guess. Nothing in my career has caused me more pain than the issue of compression. When we have either raised new hire rates or whether we've implemented a plan like this, and the unintended consequence of not dealing with compression has been turnover, morale, and heightened union activity. And one of the things that just jumps out at me at this is the importance of communication to the entirety of the people that are going to be in a proactive way. what are we going to say about how we're going to deal with compression? Because I think nothing takes the luster off the rose any faster than getting an increase and feeling that compression wasn't dealt with, that I didn't keep my distance in this, and that you advantaged one group over another. So the communication of this becomes really important, and you don't have to tell me what I mean, but my admonition would be to be proactive about it, even if we're saying we don't know how we're going to deal with it yet, but we recognize it. And, we are going to put some strategies together. Not everybody's going to like how we deal with this, because the prioritization of this will never be agreed upon unanimously. I mean, it never is. But saying we recognize it, saying we are going to prioritize, and in my case, it's always, we're prioritizing at the bedside. That's where we're going to deal with compression. Everybody as you move further away from the bedside, you're going to get less of the compression dollars. So I don't know what our philosophy is going to be. I don't know what we're thinking about that, but as good as this is, and as much as I support $4.4 million of doing it, I don't want us to come back after a few months of this and say, man, we just put a big $4.4 million dissatisfier out there. I don't expect a comment. It just made me nervous as we were talking about compression.
Okay, well, we knew that we were just taking bites, so we knew that we weren't going to be able to satisfy everybody, but we have to start somewhere. So this is a good start. Okay, any other questions while she's on the hot seat?
Slides, even fewer, so hopefully I get out of here quicker.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank
And
you.
thanks to you and all of the staff and PLT and the cabinet for everything that you're doing with this. Okay, the next agenda item is SJR 179, Work Team Progress. Dr. Quarles will present this agenda item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Bridget, and thank you, Sarah, as well, for that presentation. So this is just an update over what is going to and is consuming the vast majority of our time, not just at the system office, but with PLT and the peer groups across the system. Is what is our response going to be to this challenge that the legislature left us with responding by December 10th? And so I think you're pretty familiar with that, but I know we have some folks that are watching online. The Senate Joint Resolution asked us to respond with an action plan, not a study. This is not a study. We've studied ourselves a lot, and we have an opportunity to answer research questions that are not answered yet. 11 specific items, just really quickly: academic programming, a workforce plan, evaluation of our large geographic footprint across Kentucky, governance reform as well, our funding model for KCTCS, including the way we budget ourselves, our affordability expressed in terms of tuition rates, but other metrics might apply. Our personnel systems, we have 4 separate personnel systems at KCTCS. Also, take a deep dive in dual credit and our course offerings, which again, that's 1/3 of all of our enrollees are dual credit students. And of course, transferability. Those courses that we know that may not be being accepted, but also increasing the number of students going to transfer to get a 4-year degree. And then my favorite of the 11 is evaluating outdated or conflicting laws and regulations that may be pulling us down. So how do you deal with these 11 items? This is not a new concept with joint resolutions. Obviously, CPE has 3 of them they have to respond to this session. We were directly involved in one of them last year. So PMO is really our guiding light here. And Dr. Ballard and her team have taken these 11 asks, broken them down into 5 work buckets. As you know, one of them is governance and organizational structure, affordability, administrative issues, academic programming, and student pathways. So we have these 5 buckets. You all as Regents have communicated back through Shannon about which one of these you might want to play a more active role in knowing what's going on. These 5 buckets have been turned into work groups. Each one chaired by a member of PLT, but it includes faculty, includes staff, includes members in the system office, as well as making sure that we are keeping the Council on Post-Secondary Education abreast as well about what's going on. I just spent an hour and a half with Dr. Aaron Thompson this week to go over our plan towards response. And so we feel good about this being an appropriate way to tackle this over the coming months. As you know, from our specially called meeting last month, the governance and organizational structure subgroup headed up by Dr. Scott Williams is knee deep into this. And they're looking at items that really might set the course about how we respond to the other 4 buckets. So we really need to know where we're going, first off, on governance and organizational considerations first. The other 4 work groups have been appointed, and they'll be rolling out in the coming weeks as well. And of course, we'll let you know who's serving on what. Right now, this is our chance to be engaged. This is our chance to be asking questions. And so as I expressed last month, if you have specific research questions, let us know. We're going to pull together our resources, not just at the system office, but at the colleges too, about getting answers back that are timely, accurate, and are really tailored toward what Kentucky needs. So please let us know if you have any questions about that. The PMO is available for you as well. The governance and organizational structural subgroup has met multiple times. They are now focusing on accreditation and consolidation considerations. And just keep in mind that any recommendations that any of these 5 teams make are just that. They're recommendations. We need to research them. We need to make sure that we understand appropriately how they might cross the line with each other as well. And this is also an opportunity for that new group that I mentioned earlier, the realignment, innovation, and advocacy team that Dr. Newberry and I helped stand up with PLT, so we can digest this at the presidential level as well before we come to you with a recommendation. So here's the timeline. Today, we're going to ask you to endorse the response process. We're not asking you to endorse a specific pathway or recommendation, just that we get backing from you that these 5 work groups, this is the way we're going to respond. The inclusiveness of faculty and staff and members across the system is the path we need to take. I believe by the September meeting, we're going to come back with you for probably what I would consider a first draft. And this is our chance for you all to have direct input saying, maybe we shouldn't go down this road. Have you considered this? Have you considered that? But we would like to get us into a situation where we're comfortable on voting on the final work product at the December meeting. And the Council on Post-Secondary Education also would like to have informational meetings about this as well as we go down this path. So we're keeping them involved as well. So again, this is an opportunity for us to set our own path, set the system up for the next 25 years, address the things that sometimes we may not want to address. But this is our chance to do it. And let's keep in mind, just because there's 11 items, which you can see on your screen, that doesn't mean that we can only consider these 11 items. We can consider other stuff that may want to be involved here, things that are just good for higher education in Kentucky. And I'll just throw one out there. It's no secret that we might want to go back and recommend that the performance-based funding model be changed for KCTCS. And not to get off on a tangent here, let's give you one example. Right now, one of the variables in that funding formula is your square footage. Well, Heron and the legislature has asked us to reevaluate the size of our system. So why should a performance-based metric be rewarded with more square footage when we're asked to be told to sell property? So that's just an idea about how we can add things in that go above and beyond these 11 items. So with that said, Dr. Ballard, if I missed anything, let me know. Our team's shining in this. Thanks for all those involved in this process, and particularly our members that are chairing these committees. So with that, that's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So this is our opportunity, the Board of Regents, to be able to help guide and decide on our path for the future. So I asked Dr. Quarles if he would include at least 2 and any more that's interested in each of these from the Board of Regents. So the Board of Regents will be directly involved and have insight on what's going on in each of these 5 committees, these work groups. So if you guys don't participate and don't engage in it, it's not our fault. You need to make sure that you do that and bring back to the board what's going on in each of our these work groups and be engaging in them. So it's not up just for the PLT and the cabinet to decide on this. It's up for us as well. So we will make the final decision, but we need to be engaged with them while they're doing it, doing their homework, coming up with recommendations. So.
Yes, and I think everyone has been assigned one, but I think 1 or 2 may have requested the change, and that's perfectly fine. So
yeah,
your homework assignment has been given out.
And also that Shannon is sending out, I guess, informationals on our committee is working, or the governance committee is working right now, and we're getting updates on that. So if you're in one of the work groups and you've not been engaged with it, you will be. Yeah, so. Any questions? Brianna?
Thanks, Chair Martin. Dr. Quarles, so you said that September deadline for that first group that's kind of already started doing the work, and that we'd probably have some kind of report back there. Maybe I'm just a nervous Nancy. December, I know it's sunny and pretty outside, but that cold weather is right around the corner. That deadline makes me very nervous. So when we're talking about project timelines or not project timelines, maybe reporting timelines for these other 4 groups, do we have kind of, are we going to be given as Regents and as these work groups, are we going to be given kind of like a timeline, like we need to hit this week by week by week, or are there goals or metrics that we're hoping to achieve that have already been outlined? Maybe I'm sure you have this all planned out, but like I said, maybe I'm a nervous Nancy, but December is going to be here before we know it. And I know that we're voting on that early in that early December board meeting. So I just, I want to make sure that the legislature has everything they need from us to make whatever decisions they're going to make. So I'll turn it over to you to answer that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are exactly right. You're not the only one that shares the concern about our timeline, but we do have a proposed a workflow that Dr. Ballard and her team have worked on, and keep in mind, it can change along the way, but that's why it's so important that as Regents, once the other 4 work groups are up and standing, that when you get your updates, please let us know what you're thinking along the way. But with that said, Dr. Ballard.
Regent Whitten, I just want to say thank you for expressing the anxiety that I too share. You cannot see my heart rate on my watch right now, but it is high because I spend a lot of time thinking about the aggressive timeline that we have. But our team in the project management office is working on detailed timelines for each of these projects. As we've talked about, we've rolled out the one that Dr. Williams is leading for governance and organizational structure, and built out a pretty a strict and very aggressive timeline for that team. And so our role is really to walk alongside these project teams once these timelines are built, and really to help make sure that we are meeting those milestones and that we are getting those deliverables. So that is very much at the fore of the work that we are doing, and we are laser focused on ensuring that we not only hit that September timeline to have a really full, robust first draft for you all to review, but also that we can stick the landing, as I like to say, for that December timeline as well. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because that is very much a concern and a focus of myself and my team.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ballard.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I feel like I'm talking a lot
Joe.
today. Is there any concern, do you think, between the governance administrative model in this process, as we as board members are going to be sitting on working administrative committees, basically, that we cross that line maybe and give more administrative guidance instead of bigger governance guidance?
No, it's a great point. It's a fine line to walk, and we've actually heard a little bit about it with the board evaluation this morning. But my view is this, is that we need to make sure we're informing you of where we're at. So it's more of a communications about where we're at. If you have specific questions, let us go along the way. Because the last thing we want is to present something that the board's not ready to vote on, or the board feels that there are questions or research that hadn't been completed yet that we should have known about earlier in the process. And the same is going to be true with CPE as well. So we just want to make sure that we don't shortchange ourselves with the amount of information that is presented in front of you, and concerns too.
I asked Dr. Quarles to include the Board of Regents because I didn't want us to come in on September and December and us not knowing what's going on and us have the finger on the pulse. So I asked if we could be on those committees so we could be up to date. So, yeah. Okay. Yes,
Chair
Trustee.
Martin, really, sorry, I don't know if you saw my hand because I put it back up
Oh, I'm
again.
sorry.
I just like to kind of second what Joe is saying. I just would like to caution all of us as regents, Dr. Quarles just said a fine line, between management and governance. We have one employee, there are very well-equipped staff and administrators across the system to really do their due diligence on these topics. I feel like our role and responsibility, please correct me if I'm wrong, is really to kind of sit there, open ears and listen and just kind of to absorb it and take it all in and report back to the board. We are not in a management function here, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Yes, Jamie.
I don't know.
With a lot of those things that I've come through here that are responsibility or so I'm just asking, as you reorganize the cabinet.
So first up, the cabinet will be reorganized. That's not a surprise to those who are with us today. The answer is we don't know yet. We have to figure out what the purpose of the system office is first. Now, I will say this with the decision to pull out of DECA, we're going to be a lot more active when it comes to the building and remodeling of our facilities under the direction of Andy Casepier. But we have new CFO starting Monday, and so we need to get settled, but also figure out what the purpose is before we decide the organizational chart.
Thanks, sir.
Purpose first.
Karen? You're on mute.
Just a comment in support of what Chair Martin is saying with the board members. And Brianna, I do agree there's a fine line, and we talked about that in the board survey. But I do think it's important that we as regents have a really good handle on where this is going, given the tight time frame and the extreme importance of really submitting the right type of information, material, et cetera. I just don't think we can afford to be blindsided or slow to the punch. And I think just because of the time frame, it would be good to be updated. But I agree, we're not the management tool. We're there to listen, be updated, and frankly, if there's any red flags, be able to raise that.
Thank you. Okay, with all that discussion, after the presentation, let's call for a motion and a second for the KCTCS Board of Regents to acknowledge and approve the SJR 179 response plan as presented, which utilizes the 5 established work teams to research and make recommendations on the 11 key areas identified in the joint resolution. Please continue your work so the Board of Regents will be prepared to evaluate potential changes to KCTCS in order to meet the requirements of SJR 179. Parliamentarian Young?
Do we have a motion?
So
Yeah,
moved.
we have a motion. Sorry. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Parliamentarian.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton, Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexandra Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Wabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, state examination. We'll ask Interim Vice President of Administrative Services, Buddy Combs, to present this agenda item.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you are aware, this Board of Regents opted to have a state examination done by the Kentucky Auditor of Public Accounts. In their findings, they had 5 findings and 2 observations that were provided to KCTCS. And I'm happy to report as of June 13th of 2024, KCTCS management has completed or implemented, and with continuous improvement, 4 of the findings and the 2 observations. Finding number 1, which was the basically KCTCS unrestricted carry forward balance not accurately or transparently reported to the board. We've got half of that done. We've been reporting to the board. We reported to the board back in June, our carry forward balances for all the colleges and the system office. But in that finding, they also did a recommendation to review our account 10,001 and our Fund 99 account. And we've employed an external forensic auditor to take care of that. Their report is due back to KCTCS by October 31st of 2024. Once they get their findings back on that cash account and our Fund 99, this finding will be implemented and resolved at that point in time. The only other item that I wanted to bring to your attention, and with the support of Deck Decker and Becca Corkisa, we do have some continuous improvement. We did have some legislative agenda items that affected our purchasing status. So they go into effect on July 1. So we've worked with Becca and Deck to improve our business policies and procedures in regards to our purchasing processes that will be implemented on July 1 of 2024. That's my report. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Does anything stand out to you or anything we should be worried about or know about as part of this?
No, you've got the full report on board with all of our responses. And like I say, this is, even though that these were the findings and the 2 observations, this doesn't stop here. We will continue to monitor these, and we have a new compliance officer that will help us move forward so that we can avoid these type of opportunities in the future.
Thank you, Buddy.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item is the forensic audit progress update. Parliamentarian Young, will you introduce the introduce the presenters?
Yes, I'm going to keep this sweet because they've been online for a little while. I'm going to introduce Michael Doyle from the firm KPMG. That is the firm that we selected through an RFP for our forensic auditors. And he and his team are here to give us a brief update of their progress and assure us that they are on track.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Click, and I apologize, I'm having a camera issue right this moment. My name is Dan Click. I'm a partner with KPMG and leading the overall project for this forensic accounting assessment work that we're doing on your behalf. The quick update I wanted to provide to you, then I'm going to hand off to a couple of my colleagues, is that we began our work at the beginning of April, and with a projected completion date on or before the end of October. We are on pace to meet those timelines. The team at KCTCS has been extremely cooperative and helpful, getting us data, getting us information, allowing us to meet and speak with the folks that we need to talk with. So that has been extremely helpful with our team bringing this together. We have 2 streams of work that we're working concurrently. One is the forensic accounting portion, And my colleague, Mike Doyle, will present on that here in a moment and give you a little bit more detail on that. We also have an internal audit, internal control portion that we're conducting some of the other work streams, and that's being led by my colleague, Patty Basti, and she will also speak to that specific work stream. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mike, and he's going to present on what we've accomplished so far and where we're heading on the forensic accounting portion.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I've been given the opportunity to manage the day-to-day operations of this engagement. We have a very strong team working for you, made up of forensic accountants, auditors, internal auditors, individuals with higher ed education experiences, so that this way we can pull all of that together to provide you the best services we can. I personally am a forensic accountant. I've been with KPMG for over 20 years. I'm a CPA. I'm a certified fraud examiner, and I'm certified in financial forensics. So far, at a very high level, as Dan said, we've had a very good start to this project. We're just about 2 months into it. Working with Dr. Ballard, we've been very lucky to receive documents on a very timely basis. We were able to obtain 20 years plus of general ledger and trial balances quickly within 3 weeks of kicking off the engagement. This allowed us to do our completeness testing and identify any differences between the general ledger and the trial balance, which we've already been able to resolve. We've already been able to use our KDAT tool, which we run against those general ledgers on an annual basis, to identify any outliers for further review. We've already provided those to KCTCS and received responses and are reviewing those responses as we speak. We also have identified, we're using a process of looking at a few journal entries per year. So we've already identified 5 transactions that we would like to start reviewing from 2003, 2004, and 2005 to start our process. We'll be providing those to KCTCS by early next week so we can start that review. Now, with this, we've had a very strong start for every one of our 10 objectives. We are able to meet with the individual that's responsible to help us, the stakeholder and their team. We've had kickoff meetings. We've been able to provide document requests. For most cases, we have received the original documentation requested. We have been able to do a preliminary review of the documentation received for each of those work streams and create a custom work plan against those work streams. Those have been provided to KCTCS, and I believe they have all now been approved. And as we finish this presentation, we'll show you our timeline. And now we're in the process of starting each of those work objectives to reach our goal of October 31st. So the 10 objectives that we are to accomplish by October 31st, the main one is our 10,001 account. We are looking to reconcile that account from 2003 through 2024. 2003 was the year the 10,001 account was created. So we are given the opportunity to look at that from a zero balance going forward and understanding what the balance is today. We have already reconciled the first couple of months of 2003. In that process, we have built an automated process that allows the team to review a month of reconciliation in a couple of hours compared to a couple of days. We are QCing that process today, and we're hoping to kick off the team on Monday to start doing the monthly reconciliations. Obviously, that's going to take us a little while going from 2003 to 2024. The financial section, as we mentioned earlier, this is where we're using our KDAT tool. This allows us to look at 100% of the transactions on an annual basis that have passed through the general ledger. We use a series of custom routines to identify high-risk transactions. that we are able to review at the financial level. And then from there, we identify which transactions we would like to see supporting documentation for further review. And as I said, we're trying to, at our initial step, select about 5 journal entries per year that look at each of the risk factors that we've identified so that we can review those. And if need, we would dig further into each one of those. Our next area is our marketing and PR area. Here, we're analyzing the budgets, the expenditures, and related policies and procedures that are related to PR and marketing. We have already, as I said, we've already conducted our walkthroughs with the stakeholders. We performed a preliminary analysis of the policies and procedures, and we are now in the process of preparing a work plan for that work stream. For the procurement cards, we have moved this to a later portion of the process since we are putting a very big strain on the financial team to help us with the reconciliation of the 10,001 and the financials. But for the procurement cards, we have already requested the financial data for the procurement cards that we can load into our data analytical tool to do our first pass of the analysis. However, we probably will begin that work later into the later part of July. The executive compensation area. Here we're analyzing the compensation, the practices, the policies, and the procedures. We have met with the original stakeholders, performed analysis of the policy procedures, and have submitted a work plan for review and next steps. Next slide, please. For the affiliated foundations, again, we've met with the work with the stakeholders, and we are about to start testing based on the sample selection that we have provided. For the FERPA, we are examining the practices of compliance related to financial aid. Here we're utilizing our experience from our higher ed team to ensure that we're in compliance with FERPA. We've already conducted our digital walkthrough, and we are preparing our work plan for submission. For the voluntary separation agreements, we are reviewing the nature of the agreements and how they've come about. We've performed an analysis of the agreements that have been provided, and we are putting together additional questions and additional steps to go forward. For the higher ed LLC group, we've analyzed the contract and relationships between the higher ed and the top executives. And we have already worked with the stakeholders, and we've created a sample selection, and we're about to review that sample selection. And then lastly is the personnel and unit investigations. We reviewing and revising the implementation with the reports of investigation reports. We have reviewed a number of the reports already. We're in the process of continually reviewing the reports that are provided. And then we will conduct a follow-up steps and interviews as needed after that review is completed. So how do all of this come together, and how do we get us to our October 31st deadline? So if we go to the next slide, we do have a plan in place to get us to that October deadline. Now, it does seem like we do have 10 separate objectives that are operating independently, and in a sense they are. What we wanted to do at the initial step was to get an understanding of what was needed in each of the objectives, what information was available in each of those objectives, and when would the stakeholders be busy or most available to our team so that we can accomplish the task as quickly as possible. Now that we've had that opportunity to collect that information, we've been able to modify our work plan to determine which tasks we can complete in earlier fashion, get those reviewed and approved by the stakeholders and by KCTS so that we can start preparing our report even while we're working in the other areas. So our goal is that as we're working through, for example, as we complete the executive compensation, which we expect to provide a draft report by the end of July, when that is approved, that will go into our final report so that it's ready and it's approved, and hopefully it expedites our approval of the final report as we get into October. We want to go through this process so that we're not waiting till September, October, to kind of put everything out there with the findings and have everybody trying to resolve them quickly. We want to be able to work with everybody in a timely fashion so that we ensure we collect the right information and provide a comprehensive report again by October 31st. I'm going to stop here unless, and open it up to questions, or if anybody else from KPMG has any comments before we pass it off.
Yeah, just a quick comment for the team, and then I do want to provide Patty an opportunity if there's any additional commentary from your perspective. As you can see from the timeline, we're anticipating having our field work done on or around the end of September, which gives us several weeks before the October 31st deadline to finalize reporting, to work with your team to make sure that our assessments are correct, and that gives us a little bit of time if we need to make any modifications or even go back and do some additional field work. But that's what you can see from this timeline. Patty, anything else that you would like to add?
Sure. What I'll add is in a number of the areas that are in scope, they're in scope because there have been one or two maybe isolated incidences or hiccups in the past. And so I think the KCTCS is just trying to kind of clear the slate, right? Make sure that there are not ongoing issues. So in certain of those instances, it makes more sense for us to almost do a forward-looking review of policies and procedures and better practices to help shore up what's happening on a go-forward basis instead of continuing to like beat the dead horse in the past. So we're using the past incidences to get our arms around what happened and what went wrong. And then we're helping to develop and guide, better practices going forward so that there's a clean slate moving forward. But everyone has been very cooperative, and we really appreciate the chance to work with you on this strategic priority.
So with that is our presentation for today. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Joe.
I guess this is more for Dr. Quarles. As these findings do come out, are we able to move on them before October, before we get the full report? Or do we wait until October?
I'm unfamiliar with how it's going to be reported back to me at this point, but I would assume as soon as we know, if we're made aware of something, we'll be addressing it immediately. But the other thing to keep in mind here is that if there are things that need to be corrected that require legislative action, that's why we really wanted this done by the end of October. So we have time to digest it and put it into our other ask as well. But do you have any insight on how it's going to be reported back, or do we get progress along the way, or is it one?
Well, they indicated that we would get some of those recommendations by the end of July. So I do think we could definitely start thinking about it and start planning. In my experience, I think the goal is that the draft is not going to change drastically by the end so that we could start that planning process. But I think it really depends on what the recommendations are and how we would move forward with those.
Yep, we have regular status meetings with our key contacts, and we're sharing findings as we're learning them. Granted, we're just now kind of moving into a lot of the test work, but our intention is to share real time what we're finding so that you all can take action as it makes sense throughout.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for giving us that update.
Thank you for your time today, and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, I'll ask Audit Chair Russ Cox to give his report.
Obviously, the most important board committee.
That's right.
By far. that we have. We had a very robust meeting. Had some very specific information that was presented to us related to the audits that are taking place, the audit plan for the upcoming year. And we're asked very specifically, and one of the things I bring to you today was very specifically in the audit committee, we were asked in interviews preceding that if there were specific areas of concern that you had that you would want to be included in the upcoming audit process. Some of it that came from the committee, and I'll throw it open to others, but some of it that came from the committee were obviously cybersecurity. I don't think there's any of us that put our head on the pillow every night thinking we've done all we can do for cybersecurity and that we're fine. So I think that came up. I think obviously, anytime you're in a transition, as we are with leadership, we need to understand if there are gaps, if there are things that have not been filled as a result of that. It's not saying that in any way, shape, or form that we believe that there have, but in the process of doing the audit, if they can look at things that might have been left untaken care of, for lack of a better term, that we use this as the opportunity to fill those gaps. And the third thing that we talked about was clarity around approval authority matrices, and just the clarity of who can approve what and at what level, so that from a process going forward, we're able to feel very good about, how we do that. Now that's not up to the board to say what those are, but to say that there is one that is understood, that President Quarles has blessed, that makes sense in the audit perspective, that we can then evaluate ourselves against. And again, from everyone's perspective, know what that is and how it was. But so that was the gist of the meeting, the discussion that we had. Buddy, anything that you'd like to add onto that, the work that's being commissioned for the upcoming audits? Right. Right. And I should close by saying that it was reassuring to me as an audit committee member that the things that we're discussing are things that are easily fixable, identified, easily fixable, and are of the very minor perspective. As an audit committee member, you take a deep breath if you see any of those other things, but we've moved to a place, from my perspective, where the things that we're identifying now are the things that lead us to better perfection and not concern. We're just going to get better by fixing the things that have been identified. We don't have anything in the findings that we saw there that caused any red flags. And I since had conversations with both of our leads on the audit, and I feel like we're in a very strong, very good place. We need to continue to push ourselves as an organization to continue to communicate what needs to be communicated and be transparent with our audiences, including ourselves. It's my report.
Thank you, Russ. Anything else? Any questions?
Just a comment. We welcome its findings. It makes us a better organization. It's always good to have both your eyeballs, but also external viewpoints on what we're doing and areas of improvement. So like I said earlier, it's like going to the doctor. Sometimes you just need the facts. So I appreciate that.
That's good. Okay, buddy. Give us an internal auditor contract extension update.
We won't let you get away, but
That's fine. So basically, we have an action item here. Our contract with Dean Dorton, which they are our internal auditors, expires at June 30th. We presented this to the Board of Regents Audit Committee meeting. They were unanimous in approving to the extension of this contract for one more year. So I'm bringing an action item to the board. Recommend the Board of Regents Audit Committee and the Board of Regents approve the Dean Dorton internal audit contract extension through fiscal year 24-25.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion.
James Lee.
I'll second. This is Karen.
Okay, Karen, I'll second. Parliamentary Young.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton. Secretary Whidden,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexandra Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. There you go, buddy. Okay, the next item is ratification of personnel actions. Vice President of Human Resources, Bridget Cantor.
You all should have in your board materials the personnel actions for the time period of February the 1st through April the 30th for KCTCS. You'll note in there that 2 of our colleges did have a loss of employees. And I would like to ask right now if we would just take a moment of silence in honor and memory of those fallen colleagues. Thank you. It's a little bit longer, the personnel report, just because it also includes faculty promotion candidates. You will see those by college in those materials as well. Chair Martin, I'm just seeking a motion to approve the ratification of these personnel actions for the period of February 1st through April the 30th.
Okay, we have a proposal for a motion. Do I have a motion
Brianna.
to?
Second.
Yeah.
Brianna.
Okay. Brianna made a motion. Oh, okay. Yeah. Brianna made the motion. We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Seconded. Parliamentarian Young.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexander Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Wabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Bridget. Next item is our KCTCS 2025 calendar. Shannon, will you present that to us?
Okay, I'm gonna just do it from right here in my
Yes.
seat. You'll see on the screen, Keith, if you'll scroll down, please. The proposed dates, we have March 13th and 14th of 2025 at the system office, June 12th through 13th, 2025, location to be determined, September 18th through 19th, 2025, to be determined, and December 4th through 5th, 2025 at the KCTCS system office. I just need a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the calendar for next year.
Yes.
James Lee makes a motion. Chris Girdler seconds it. Oh. Parliamentarian Young.
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton.
Yeah.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexander Martin.
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Wabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've reached the end of our agenda items for today. Do you guys want to tackle a couple more so it'll make tomorrow shorter? I'm sorry? Okay. Do you want to do the closed session at the end?
5 minutes.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break for
Thanks,
everyone.
5-minute break.
We'll come back at 3:40, okay? 5-minute break. James Lee is working under a call time here, so.
We take a break and I call us in when I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, so we are changing our agenda just a little bit, modifying it. So we will go over the next two agenda items for tomorrow. And Buddy is going to present those. And then after that, we'll do the executive session and end the day with that, okay? Buddy, update for the financial report?
Sure. So I want to provide you a finance update report. This is for the third quarter ending March 31 of 2024 for fiscal year 2024. From our statement of current funds, revenues and expenses, as of March 31st on our revenue generation, we have reached 90% of our goal that we had budgeted for. And on our expenditure side, we're a little bit right around 71% of our expenditures for the third quarter. So from looking at these targets, we've exceeded our revenue goal almost for the year because our summer tuition hasn't been recorded yet. So that's a positive. And we're right on target of spending about 75% of our expenditures as of March 31st. From our statement of net position, which these are included in your onboard packet, KCTCS net position remains at a solid $1,179,666 as of March 31st of 2024. So that from the past history, just to note that in your board packet, there is each statement, financial statement report for each of the colleges listed and the system office to give you perspective for the overall system. From our state examination report, we are required or was recommended that we report to you each board meeting on our trains, Kentucky Trains quarterly update. So from July 1st through March 31st of 2024, Kentucky Trains has approved 242 training projects with a commitment of over $4 million. We have served 300 companies with a projected number of enrollments of 18,547 students. Going forward, as you all aware well of, Dr. Quarles allocated an additional $2 million to Kentucky Trains. And as of March 31st, they have a remaining balance of $1,038,000 to fund additional training projects. So Trains currently has 4 open commitments totaling $1.4 million. And these commitments remain integral to our mission to serve as the trusted training and development partner for Kentucky businesses. You'll get a more intense update on Kentucky Trains tomorrow with Tanel Sawyer. So I wanted to provide you with that information. So in regards to the finance report, I just kind of wanted to highlight a few items. The first item I wanted to let you know is that when you look at our tuition, our budget to our realized revenue, that's where we have exceeded our budgeted goal of earning tuition revenue for fiscal year 24. The other item, and I hope this is probably the last time that we have to report a huge increase, and we'll talk about that tomorrow when we talk about the budget. But as you can see, our investment income, we're kind of up 1,624% from our actuals to our budget amount. And we'll get more into that tomorrow, but basically we always budgeted a low amount of investment income, but for the past several years, our investment income has been well over $10 million. So we'll go more into that in detail tomorrow. Yeah.
From the audit chair.
So I give kudos to David Atkins and Common Fund for our process and investment income. And one of the items I wanted to bring to your attention is that when you're looking at the statement of current funds and revenues and expenditures, if you didn't notice, we had a couple of colleges that actually their expenses have exceeded their projected revenue, and that's both of those were due to transferring funds out of their general fund over into the capital projects to support capital projects moving forward. So that's, that was Elizabethtown was one of them. And give me a second to find the other one because I didn't tab it. And the other one was in our state, the system office. And the reason that that is our estimates are lower is because through the state examination, we issued $24 million back to the colleges in our reconciliation of our system-wide contracts to give them back. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Would you repeat that again, please?
We had returned $24 million to each of our colleges, not 24 million in total to our colleges. $24 million in total to all of our colleges. And at the last board meeting, you got a breakdown, and actually the breakdown is in this document as well. The breakdown of how much each college received out of that 24 million has been reported before. So this wanted to bring that to your attention.
Buddy, sales and service increased pretty good. What was that derived from?
The sales and service increase was in part with the $24 million that we gave out to the colleges. That gave them the ability to increase their budgets and their sales and activity. That transfer was part of the sales and service educational activity for each of the colleges. So that's why that number popped up. So we took the money from the system office, gave it to the colleges, so that in the college aspect, that transfer increased their sales. And
so it was an
activity.
artificial.
Yeah.
Okay.
So perfect. That you got one of my bullet points that I wanted to give you. And then the other item that I wanted to bring your attention is basically our operational expenses. Those operational expenses are up due to increased capital projects and increased asset preservation and increased maintenance to our colleges. That's next to payroll operation of our buildings, and expenses are the most expensive things that we have to deal with. So that's our quarterly financial update. Any additional questions, concerns?
Yeah, Joe.
Sorry, there should have been an email earlier, but where does like bad debt show in this? And by bad debt, I mean like tuition money that we don't get back or something we get charged for, federal dollars, I think it is.
So the bad debt is basically also, it would be listed under the student services and the institutional support is where we record our bad debt.
Okay.
So we've gotten a lot better with our bad debt. I mean, it's still like for the the spring term that we just ended, I ran a report the other day. We've got about $7 million of student debt for the spring term. So we're still working with financial aid and other scholarships to help with that.
Any other questions for Buddy in regards to our budget? Financial. Okay, Buddy. The facility support service update.
Facilities report. Let me get to that one. Okay. So we do this annually twice a year. In June and in December, we provide you a facilities report update. So in your packet, you'll see all the listed the board approved asset preservation projects. It gives you the college, it gives you the dollar amounts and the matching, and then it tells you what phase that these projects are in. From the last recommendation from the Board of Regents, we added additional verbiage in regards to what that project is for. If you have any more questions on what we've listed here, we can work with Andy K-Spear and his team to get you more information. But that was a request from the last board meeting, was to provide additional detail. And so we've put that into each of these reports. So the first list all the asset preservation projects. And then on page 9, we list all of the capital projects. These are projects that this board has approved and seen. And we also provide you the same exact detail here projects that have been completed, and those that are under construction and under design review. So these is just an update on our asset preservation projects and our capital projects moving forward. Next, I wanted to bring to your attention on page 12, just to keep you updated. This is where twice a year, we provide you with our acquisitions and our dispositions. So just remind you that we finalized the purchase for Bluegrass for the Amazon building in Winchester, Kentucky, and we finalized the acquisition of an additional building in Mount Sterling for the Fire Commission to grow their fire and training services. We have 3 acquisitions pending at this point in time, and they're listed on there. But then I also wanted to bring to your attention that, we have been working on, I'm not going to say eliminating, but looking at our buildings to sell them or release them from our inventory. So the deposition, the ones that we've gotten rid of, let's put it that way, get tongue tied. We've gotten rid of building at Gateway, Hazard, Hopkinsville. We got adjusted our broadband huts, and then we had 2 at Somerset Community Colleges. And these were released for various reasons, and we've listed those on there. So we do want to show you that we are actively looking at all of our facilities to see what we can do. In addition to that, we have several buildings that were in processes of selling. And we're just in various stages. Like, for instance, I just got an update from Andy on the Hazard, I think it was the Heinemann Opportunity Center and the School of Craft. They went through and did another inspection after we did all the repair of the flood damage, and there were 3 exit lights that were out, so they wouldn't approve it, so we couldn't go forward until we got those fixed. So we are working on several items that we're looking of disposing. Hopefully we'll have another report of successful process buildings that we've eliminated in December to look forward to. So I do want to bring that to your attention that, we are working on that process, and we do report this to you twice a year. So in addition, we've given you information on safety and security. I will have to say this is the first board meeting that I did not ask for backup information on critical incidents. So I will not be prepared to answer any questions on any of the critical incidents at this time, but I can get you that information. But basically it tells you, vehicle accidents, how many vehicle accidents were on the campus, how many fire alarm activations went off, suspicious items, campus closures or delays. So we have to report those. So that's information provided to you that, we are watching our safety and security moving forward. The other item I want to bring to your attention is the cumulative cost avoidance for our CEMSC, which is our electrical and maintenance contracts that we have, and how much money that has impacted us in future savings going forward in KCTCS. Which, on that topic, I'd like to remind you that if we have a contract with this vendor on a facility or a building, and we want to dispose of that building, we actually have to kind of pay that contract off. So that's could be a future expense in eliminating one of our buildings. So I just want you to be aware that, there might be a cost in eliminating one of the campus facilities across the state. So just want you to be aware of that moving forward. So that's the report on facilities. I will entertain any questions, and if I don't know the answer, I know how to get a hold of Andy Casebeer and his team.
Brianna has a question.
Yeah, Buddy, on that last slide, there it is. Okay, so it looks like there's a couple of negatives, Henderson, Hawkinsville, South Central, and Southeast. So can you kind of maybe explain that a little bit? And then secondarily, second question, the system office, right, the savings, and why is that so low as opposed to the other schools? I know some had implemented these standards and practices and some had not. So maybe that's the explanation. I just wanted to ask real quick.
You answered your question. That's basically it. Some of the colleges hadn't implemented these cost savings. We're still working on those. The reason the system office is so low is I mean, I can't say it's a relatively new building, but it was installed with all those equipment to begin with. So that's why the cost savings there is a little bit less than what you see from the other colleges.
Thanks, Buddy.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Buddy? Joe, no questions? I just had to do that. I'm sorry, Joe. Joe's getting in his last legs here, next couple of meetings. Okay,
So after your review, if you have any more questions, just follow up with Shannon and I'll be happy to get you any additional answers if you have any further questions on both the finance report and the facilities update.
okay. Thank you, Buddy.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next and last agenda item for the day is the executive session. So, oh, I'm sorry, Phil Neal. I actually have that written down.
1 second.
Sorry. Dr. Neal will come and let us know what our plans for this evening and not going to Nashville, like
What?
was requested earlier.
All right, we got a great evening planned for you tonight. Hopefully your executive session won't go too long because we got to get you back to your hotel. So if you're not checked in, you can do that or drop your things off, refresh. We'd like to have you ideally down in the lobby around 5 o'clock. Where's Heather Rogers? Heather, stand up. Heather will meet you in the lobby to get you on the trolley. It doesn't sound, it's air conditioned bus. It's decorated as a trolley. And that way we can take you downtown, have you on site for the reception to that our legislators and community leaders and judges and all the other folks that are coming will be waiting for you. And any questions on, take about 20 minutes to get to the hotel. So give yourself plenty of time there. And again, meet in the lobby around 5 o'clock. So the trolley is scheduled to leave the hotel at 5:10. So we get you downtown by 5:30. You can. We'll lock it up.
So, Barry and Ryan, can you kind of give us an idea of who you anticipate being there tonight so I don't make a fool of myself?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not going to stop James Lee.
Well, no, it's not going to stop me either, but at least I'm going to be, friendly about it.
I can give you the list.
Okay.
Or I don't know that I want to read off all the names, but we'll have.
I just key people that you might.
Yeah, so we'll have several legislators there tonight, including Senator Mike Wilson, Representative Michael Meredith, Representative Kevin Jackson, who's from here, Representative Robert Duvall, not the actor, but Robert Duvall, the representative, whose wife serves on the school board, I still believe that's true. Representative Sean McPherson. We'll have a representative from Congressman Guthrie's office. Jim Flynn, who heads up the Superintendent's Association, is going to be there. A few of these others, I know Hannah's helped work on this. Doug Gorman's going to be there tonight. He's the new judge executive as well. And also reached out to Mike Buchanan, a former long 2 decades in office. Plus, he can't make it. Jim DeCesare's going to be there tonight. He's economic development guy, former state rep as well. We'll have a couple of judges there, including Justice Kelly Thompson, former Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice John Minton, and Todd Alcott as well. I think that serves. I think we got it there. So you might see some magistrates as well. So legislators are our funders.
Right.
So say thanks, but help us out.
You can buy him a drink, Russ.
And our foundation is sponsoring the reception tonight, and then dinner will be downstairs afterwards. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. Appreciate it. Look forward to it. Okay, let's see. I need a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents move into executive session as allowed by KRS 61.8101C to discuss proposed or pending litigation and KRS 61.8101F to discuss individual personnel matters. Do I have a motion?
Regent Hodges makes a motion.
Elias.
Second.
Okay, second. Do we need to have a vote?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton, Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexander Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz, I believe she is off. Yes, okay. Regent Stevens, Regent Sutherland. Is he also off as well? Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, motion passed.
Give us a couple minutes here.
I know we can.
Is specific, I think it's specific to litigation, once you get to that one. Spend and
Right.
then they would pay for it.
Let's have a motion for open session. Okay, second. Keith? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Parliamentarian Young?
Chair Martin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hamilton. Yes. Secretary Witten.
He's gone.
She's gone. Okay. Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Finan,
Yes.
Regent Girdler, Regent Green,
Yes.
Regent Heerdink,
Yes.
Regent Hodges,
Yes.
Regent Alexandra Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Stevens, Regent Sutherland.
And Regent Whitten is back on.
Regent Wynn, coming out of closed session.
Okay.
Okay, she's done.
Okay. Well, thank you all. And we will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning. So,
By 9 o'clock, you mean Central.
Central Time. Yeah,
yes, 9 o'clock Central Time,
duly noted.
9 o'clock Bowling Green time.
For those joining us online, thank you.
Yes,
It's been a
Shannon.
long afternoon.
Thank
but
you all.
Yes, we need a motion and a second.
I'm sorry. We need a motion to adjourn. I apologize. James Lee made a motion.
We can do
Joe
this by
second.
consensus. Any objection?
Nope.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thanks.
you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Candace and Karen.
Thank you.